I think we've all been muted.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for joining the Farbrengen. Rabbi Feller wanted to start 8:30. I don't see him on yet, but he wanted to start right away. So in the meantime, maybe we can get a warm up. Rabbi Edelman, willst du etwas sagen, Efsche de Weile? Can anfangen.
Yeah. As soon as he comes in, take me off. Knock me off, right? Okay. I have a confession to make. But I'll give a small introduction. There was once a guy who went, a Yid, Havdil, who went to Petersburg, and he came back and he says, I spoke to the Tsar. I had a meeting with the Tsar. So they asked him, where did you meet him? So he didn't want to say until he said that there was a big garden in Petersburg, and there was a section which was designated only for the king, for the Tsar. And he, by mistake, wandered in the Tsar's secluded area. So the Tsar told him in Russian, Pashol von, which is basically, in effect, a scrum dog, something like that, dog scrum. So something similar happened to me. There was in Tafshin Lametes in the summer, time of camp, time of Mekeshliches, wherever. I don't remember exactly which week it was. It was probably in Chedesh Av somewhere. And it was 70 was empty. So empty that before Mincha, there was no one in the Sukkah place, which is in the back of the small shul. So I was standing there with my friend, and he pointed to me that there is a car who just came, and he shows me it's the Rebbetzin. The Rebbetzin came to visit her sister, but the Rebbetzin wanted to make as little notice as possible. So she didn't go into the main entrance of 770. She went in where the chuppahs used to be before the Rebbe started going with a car, like driving into to the back, driving into to go to the stairs to the back of the Rebbe's room. So she went through there, and there is a side steps to go down where there is a door in the basement underneath the windows of the Rebbe's room. And from there, she went to the elevator. She went in, went a bit of right, took the elevator and went up to the third floor. So that was the easiest way for the Rebbetzin to come in without meeting any people. Now, this door is a security door, a safety door. You can only open it from the inside. So sometimes it's open, sometimes it's closed. Most of the times it's closed. So when I saw the Rebbetzin coming, and I knew already from yesterday that the Rebbetzin is going to go that way, so I went upstairs to 70, I ran down the stairs, and I went and I opened up the door, so it should be for the Rebbetzin open. 3 days I did it. First day, second day, but the third day, I wasn't so fast. I'll finish what I'm saying. I wasn't so fast, so I opened the door onto the Rebbetzin, and I hit the Rebbetzin. So the Rebbetzin said, "Was hast du zu mir? What do you have against me?" So I said, "Sorry," and I ran away. And from then on, I never dare open the door for the Rebbetzin again. I don't know who opened the door, it wasn't me. So I'm off the hook now.
Thank you, Rabbi Edelman, for sein Persach. Später Mamshich sein. Rabbi Feller, Shalom Aleichem, welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to say that the Farbrengen is Le'ili Nishmas Rivka Bas Reb Yaakov Shmuel, and also the Schusa for the Yom Haledes of Rabbi Eli Simon. So I say Rabbi Feller L'chaim, I'm talking L'chaim Abissal, as Mazal, Asagam. We should be able to Arizgim from Abissal from the Agbolos, even though it's I'm not even Mugbal over here with the whole Zoom and business. So and it should be Svadius Piilius. L'chaim. It's all yours, Rabbi Feller.
A mazel tov to Rabbi Feller for the birth of his Einikel Mindel Feller.
Oh, Mazel Tov Vetter. Alte Vetter.
Sure. Because I lost Simchis.
Amen. I didn't realize that I'm here I was wondering why they're not asking the Gdolei Yisrael to Farbrengen, and then I was reminded of what it says in Chassidus, and maybe I even mentioned it when I was there in Manchester, that the king gets to have all the special things. So the king, which is Warman Malka Rabbanon and Bnei Yisrael, Amalachim, Bnei Malachim, we're all princes, so they get to have special things. So in the king's palace, there has to be proper entertainment, and therefore, on a pretty steady basis, they would have a parrot, somebody called a tzipor hamdaberes, something that may be a novelty. So maybe for that reason, I'm here. But I also realize that it's incumbent upon each and every one of the Chassidim to utilize this day to impact our own lives in a special way. And you have here, even on the call, my uncle Zazan Gizun and other Chassidim who actually had a personal relationship with the Rebbetzin. And therefore, it's all well known. And I shouldn't say all, because every day and every time I hear more stories. We all heard a story from my uncle last night, Zazan Gizun, that I don't know if people had heard before of, and I heard today a story from someone else. But my point is that let's go back a little bit further to the average chassid, bocher, girl, family, child, adult, elder, and for more than 99% of the chassidim on Chof Beis Shevat 33 years ago, something happened, as the Rebbe called it in the Farbrengen, something happened. And so the Rebbe said it. And something that was actually not pleasant, and something that was actually sad. But nevertheless, a person can't just let it go. Everything has to impact our lives, and it's our task to make sure that it impacts our lives positively as an impetus of growth and strength in our own lives. So the average bocher, which I was at the time, we all didn't have, quote unquote, a relationship with the Rebbetzin. Of course we did, in a way that we learned, most of us, later on, and as the years progress, just like the Rebbe said about Rabbeim, about his Rebbe, certainly therefore about himself, that as the years proceed, he is lebediker, starker, mer aktiv, more alive, stronger, and more active. And certainly it's this way with the Rebbetzin too. So on that day, I happened to have been at that time on Shlichus with a kvutza of other Bochrim and some other Bochrim in Yeshiva too in Boston, Massachusetts. And we found out that these pratim are not important. But we went, of course, right away to New York. And we actually came to New York in time. We went right away to the mikveh. That was the first stop we did. We ran to the Karastir mikveh. And then we went to the Rebbe's house. And someone said, for whatever reason, they let us in to the house. And we were left. There had been shachris there earlier on. And the Rebbe actually came down to the tefillas. I want to point out at this point, a lot of the stories that people hear are important for us as Hasidim to know. Every tenuah, every occurrence, every happening that Rebbe did is very, very important. There's a lot of lessons that can be learned, tilim. But nevertheless, the Rebbe asked us. To do something, and that's what I want to speak about a little bit, at least to try to explore, maybe all of us together, to Chassidus Farbrengen. So, we actually went into the Rebbe's house, and we said to Tehillim. That's what we did. And if you know the makeup of the house, which later on became the Beis Medrash, we were standing in the room which is today the Beis Medrash, but the double doors there, and in the next room was where they had the Rebbitzin was there. The Tara hadn't begun. The Tara happened very close to the time of the Levaya, which was noon. And the Chevra Kadisha went in, they brought in stuff, and then the female Chevra Kadisha went in. First, the male Chevra Kadisha brought in the equipment and the different things. And there's a reason why I'm telling you all this. Of course, there's nothing to talk about gory details, but when a Yid, there's a procedure of what happens. And we actually said to Hillen, these Bachrim that were there from Boston, everyone else was really gone. There was a few other people there. For whatever reason, we were there, we came in, and that's it. We were there saying to them. And we went out where the Rebbe was already coming down the stairs to go to the Levaya, and the Chevra Kadisha was in to take the Aron. So outside the Rebbe's house, of course, with thousands of Chassidim, and you all know there's pictures and video of the Levaya. And then the Rebbe went into and to describe here and now in a short, limited amount of time what this meant to the Rebbe. First of all, we couldn't even conceive. This is not something for us to even understand, other than what we would all know in regular human interaction when such a thing would occur. And then we're talking about the Rebbe, who was our Nasi, who was our everything, and he meant everything to us. And suddenly, and I discussed it with other people too, like I said earlier, we didn't know that we had the quote-unquote relationship with the Rebbetzin at that point. Some people at that point never even thought of the Rebbe as a person that is connected to a household. Beisai zu ishtoi. It's interesting that the Mishnah in Yoma tells us that the Kohen Gadol had to be, and we learned about it also in the Maimer of Basilegani, and that the importance of the connection to be grounded and to have a household. And indeed, the Torah doesn't allow a Kohen Gadol to be an unmarried Kohen Gadol. In other words, he had to have been a person with a wife. Rebbe actually discussed this in a certain union later on with the Zamaimer Hamusker. And I think the Rebbe was, I don't want to say bothered by this, but the Rebbe was looking into this. One of the things he discussed is he could still consider the son-in-law of the Rebbe, of his Rebbe, subsequently, al pi halacha. And that's a pilpul that we'll leave for another time. But I want to bring in that the Rebbe was looking at this idea. That being said, this is your every average chassid never looked at the Rebbe from that standpoint, from that viewpoint. We looked at the Rebbe as our Rebbe, as our mentor, teacher, guide, help, everything that you could think of what the Rebbe is. When we stood in the Rebbe's presence, we were in his battle automatically. We felt something that's not describable. That the mere fact that we were zoiche to be with the Rebbe in on every level. So here we have this occurrence that happened, and there's a levaya, and then there's a kavura, and most people didn't go into the kavura. I, like most people, we stood at the fence and we looked, we were able to see certain things, but not from close. Some people saw from close. Most people stayed, like they asked, that you shouldn't go in. And you felt, and believe me, I was a person who went in pretty close to lifnai v'lifnim alat. But there's a certain times when one feels that would be inappropriate. And this was one of them. And nevertheless, we were able to see. We saw the Rebbe till the end. We saw even how the Rebbe throws the grass over his shoulders. Why are we talking about all this on a day like Chof Shevat? So then the Rebbe went back to his house, and we also all ran back to the house. And by the time it was all said and done, and I don't have the manim in front of me, etc. But I want to say that La'erech 3:15 was Mincha. If it wasn't 3:15, somebody could correct me. But it was. We heard that it's going to be in the Rebbe's house, and the Rebbe's going to daven, the Rebbe's going to fear. Is going to be there, and we should add here that besides for those Chassidim, the Yechidei Skula, who were less than 1% of Chassidim, nobody had ever really been in the Rebbe's house. If you take all the stories of every delivery person who saw the Rebbetzin or the Rebbe's house this way, every person who worked there, and every person who had the privilege to visit as a visitor, and whoever it may be, it's all less than 1% of Chassidim. Just do the math. So, nevertheless, that 1% was charged with sharing with the other 99%, and that was part of the building of the relationship. But here, at this point on, suddenly, this was shared with everybody. Everybody, with the whole 99%, the whole 100% was shared with on the day of Chof Shevat Tavshin Mem Ches. And to put it a little bit into perspective, things were going very good in Tavshin Mem Ches. There was, if anyone were to describe when was the greatest hakafis ever, in other words, the greatest his galus of simcha of the Rebbe, the greatest revelation where you saw something, and I'm not an expert, and I don't know who it is, but people who live in brick homes, just from being there for several years, Simchas Torah, you'd know that Tavshin Mem Ches is without question, Bekamus and Be'echus and things that we don't have to judge, was the most freilich ever, where the Rebbe danced himself, each hakafa for 15 minutes without a guzman, jumping. I mean, it's not, and I'm not going to describe that here, but if people know about it, and if you don't know about it, get to know about it. And then the Rebbe Farbrengen, and then just a week before Chof Shevat, the Rebbe spoke about Torah, and there was a Farbrengen, and things were going. There was a Mishlachah sent to Russia. Different things were going on. It was Hakel. There was cards being made. There was a Bad. There was cards meaning people should join for the Hakel thing, and it was like an unbelievable just everything going on. And it was something that Chassidim were excited about. Then suddenly this earth-shattering event takes place, and now we're going to have a whole different direction is beginning. So that being the background, it's Mincha. So what happens by Mincha? People are coming to the house, and the Rebbe's house, just like anything else that the world was created with Agbolos and Zman and Mokim, time and space defined, but therefore being that it's finite, even though the Mokim Ha'oren Einim Min Hamida and we experience some of those miracles of the Oren not taking up any space, even though it was within a confined space, and people standing crowded and bowing down, even though they were person to person. We did experience a little bit miracles like that in 717 in the presence of the Rebbe. But be that as it may, there was a limited amount of people that would go in. And later on they made Zdorim. But that day, they said Shluchim can come in for Mincha. Shluchim would have the schus to daven with the Rebbe the first tefillah after the Kvura. In other words, the Rebbe that there was a meaning for Shachar, like I mentioned earlier, and the Rebbe actually said the Kadeshim. But the Rebbe would now. I remember speaking, that as a bocher of almost 20 years old, we were just talking in that van ride from Boston to New York, and how that I was going to daven for the Yom, and another bocher said, "What are you talking about? This is what was going on. I'm just trying to put it in perspective." Like the bocher who said that this was going to happen was of course right, but he's not a prophet. Nevertheless, it was just an understanding, I guess, of that bocher. And it's not questioned how the other person thought it was absurd, because we never looked at the Rebbe as what was going on. So now there's Mincha now, And that and there was a thought that our Chavedim maybe would go in because we were considered shluchim. We were talmidim shluchim in a yeshiva. But L'Poel, either they said or we didn't go in. But we did crowd next to the windows, and we figured out which window the Rebbe is next to, the second window there of the big room, on the side in the driveway. They opened the window stickle, and we davened from outside. This was before. Later on, they used to have a loudspeaker, a speaker system. You could hear if there was something. But here's what I want to get to. So the Rebbe davened, whatever we could hear, the little bit we heard. These are all recorded, by the way, and it could be heard now also. After Mincha, nobody knew what's going to happen. You could imagine maybe the Rebbe will go out. There, is there? What would be a procedure in such a thing? It hadn't even begun to sink in what was going on here. And you may ask, what are you talking about, Mendel Feller? Here the Rebbe spoke about Nasicha, Sharp Stephen Tovshim and Gimel, about selling the basic medrash, but because something happened and the women's mikveh wasn't fixed yet, and that the halacha is that a mikveh has to go before a shul and before school even, etc., etc. So we knew, this is all good and fine. Everybody knew that there's a Rebbetzin. People saw the Rebbetzin actually. In the 60s, the Rebbetzin used to pick up the Rebbe twice a week or 3 times a week from 770 and drive home, but it still wasn't part of the life. So here the Rebbe spoke and turned around, and no one knew what's going to happen. And the Rebbe turned around and he started to speak. It's printed, of course, in Muga. It's been edited by the Rebbe. And it's known as a Sikha. But really, we can't judge what our sikha is and the class of a sikha or the grade of a sikha or the significance of a sikha. That's beyond our pay grade. We are chassidim, and whatever whatever happens, whatever is done, that's what that's a sikha. So it's a sikha. But really, it was really an intimate talk, a short, intimate talk of the Rebbe to the Chassidim who were assembled. But really, it was a talk that the Rebbe shared with us something so profound at that moment. And really, it was the basis of what the Rebbe said maybe throughout the year and many years afterwards. And I don't even have it open in front of me because I'm actually not in my usual place. I'm somewhere, someone else's place, etc. And the Rebbe said that we turned around and people were just standing, didn't know what to do. Nobody knew what to do. So like the Rebbe said that there is a Chazal that says that you don't do the Nichem Avelim a little bit later on. But the Rebbe says, really the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos says, Perek Dalet, I think it's Mishnah Yudches, that you don't comfort and console and bring solace to a mourner while the deceased is still hasn't yet been buried, hasn't been interred. So the Rebbe says that implies that if that has happened already, then Nichem Avelim could commence, meaning it could commence immediately. Now, the Rebbe went on to say, especially when it's talking about such a mitzvah, which is connected with Avos Yisrael, and towards the end, it was very short, and it's, you could hear it. You can go to the Asherenu, and you could hear it, and you could or Chabad.org, you could learn it inside. You could see the Mugadika piece. I mean, it's printed in Sefer Sichos, etc. And the Rebbe said that the well-known pasuk. Now, let me admit to you that maybe we knew the pasuk, maybe we had heard the pasuk, but it wasn't yet into our psyche. And at that moment, the Rebbe said that there's the pasuk Shlomo Melech says, "V'hachai yitin el liboy." And by the way, if I remember correctly, the Rebbe used in that time, the Rebbe, as the Rebbe sometimes will do, the Rebbe would change the way a pasuk is written for various reasons. And at that time, the Rebbe said, "V'hachai yosim el liboy." And I will allow those who like to be more powerful in these inyonim to say what's the difference between sima, v'fiyim, or yitain, etc. Subsequently, of course, the Rebbe did say yitain el liboy. But the Rebbe said that really it's incumbent upon us to do the task of a hachai yitin aliboy, which basically means that those that are the surviving members, those that are alive, should place into their own hearts some lesson and something which would be inspirational about the person who has passed on. And it's a very powerful pasuk because Yosim Aliboy Yitin Aliboy means that you have to take it to heart. If I may just repeat a well-known story, but there's a piece of it that's Negeya here that, and I'm not going to go to the Arichas Advorim because of the limited time and space, like we said earlier. The Rebbe once asked me in front of a bunch of women in Machon if I know the 4 questions. He asked me in English, "Do you know the 4 questions?" And the Rebbe said, "By heart." And then he pointed to my father. Does he know the answer? It's a well-known story. It happened Pesach Tov Shalom Zayin. But then the next day, the Rebbe called my father into Yechidus, Olzangezun, and the Rebbe. One of the things the Rebbe said there is that I used explicitly the expression of by heart in English and not the Yiddish Oisenbenik and not the Hebrew Baal Peh, because by heart to describe something which you don't have to look inside to refer to it, but you know it with your memory. That ever said he used by heart because that means with your heart. That means it's part of you. That means it's really something that you care about, and it's really something that can move you to do what you're supposed to do. So here, let's go back to the Shevat Tashman text. The Rebbe said that therefore this is the time of Hachai Yitin Aliboy. All of us, the Chassidim are the Chai over here, the Yitin Aliboy, to place into our heart something that we learn from the existence of the Rebbe. And so that moment, the Rebbe really not only introduced and shared with the other 99% that there's something that's important here. It's not just for the Rebbe, and it's not the loss wasn't for the Rebbe, and then her life wasn't just for the Rebbe. But this was the foundation of not only the next week of what the Rebbe would say, and the next years, but also something which lives with us today. And then the pinnacle of this sikha was, and it was actually the final words of the sikha. The Rebbe said, and the Rebbe really was choked up with tears and emotion. And after the Rebbe spoke about the importance of the Vachayit Naliboy that we should take to heart, he said, since the pasuk begins with that part of the pasuk says V'hachai, he said especially, particularly when we are talking about a woman who was called Chaya, and that's why he finished the sikha. That was the last word of the sikha. So the Rebbe made it very personal, and he made it very pertinent, and he connected it directly with not only personally to himself, but personally to the Rebbetzin. And if you think about that just for a moment, really the pasuk of V'achayit Naliboy, quite simply, is for every single occurrence, Rahman al-Islam, when something happens, there's such a union. But here the Rebbe said it was almost like this is a custom-made pasuk for this, especially when it's about a person who you may have never met, but the person was so profound and so exceptional, and you may not have known the person, but if you work on yourself, you can be inspired by this person's life. So let's as Chassidim try to think for a moment what this means. And at its outset, the Rebbe was sharing with Chassidim to try to emulate this person, and especially somebody who had that name. Later on, there was answers about the rest of the Rebbe's name, etc., etc. But let's look at now what happened historically, and due to the limitations of time constraints, we could touch on some of Rashi Prakim, just some bullet points of what we as Chassidim can try to do in our own lives, and this is also custom made to each and every one of us, because everybody is created unique, and every person has to say, like the Rebbe quoted this so many times, that a chayav adam leimar b'shvili nivra ha'olam. A person is obligated to say that the world was created for them. They are the purpose of creation. So if that's the case, if we are a purpose of creation, of the creation, then everybody is unique. And if that's the case, then what would the difference be? Why should we have to learn from any individual whatsoever? What's the bahachayitin alibay? Nevertheless, there are certain individuals who are, as we know from Chassidus, are a neshama klali. They are general souls. They pertain to everybody directly, not only indirectly, but directly related, and that therefore, because they relate to every single person, then they are on a level that you must learn from them. So of course this is true. So now the Rebbetzin was, and this is, it says this in Chassidus about anybody, about any couple. Any couple, it really says that somebody is the neshamas, and this is we're not going to go into this because this is also way beyond our pay grade. But just in a basic thing, a couple is a unit. A unit, like we said earlier, Beis the household, and the Kohen Gadol had to have it, and a person is complete. That's why we fulfill this mitzvah to the best of our ability. And when somebody doesn't, it's for circumstances, for whatever they may be. But a person is, as there's a mitzvah to be married and to have a unit, a familial unit, a household unit, etc. Now, just as if we look into the stages of the Rebbe's life, and let's just take two stages, because those are the simplest stages for us to look at. There was the stage of the Rebbe's lifetime before the Rebbe was the Rebbe, which we call before the Nesias. And then there was the stage in the Rebbe's lifetime of the Nesias, when the Rebbe was Rebbe. And if we're just to try to take a glimpse, and now as the time goes on, we see more and more things, the Rebbe and the Rebbetzin lived a very unique life for close to, I should say, for over 20 years before the Rebbe became Rebbe. And it was a life that was wrought with hardship and trials and tribulations. They lived in one place, and they had to run away, and they lived somewhere else. They lived first in Germany after their chasana, and then they went to France due to the rise of Hitler, and they moved to France. And then the Rebbe was so much with the Rebbe was involved, but the Rebbe's involvement was concealed for the most part, except except for when it was revealed, let's just say, like in the Tishrei when the Rebbe would Farbrengen, when the Reshimas came out after Gimel Tammuz and people read, let's say, what the Rebbe spoke of Simchas Beis Sheva, and the Hayom Yom where it describes, it has a little biography of the Rebbe. It says that he was a little nechba like and whatever. It says different things, that he was more quiet. In other words, before he was in such a revealed way. But there were enough glimpses for anybody who had a little bit of intuition or more than that, that they're able to see who the Rebbe is. That all being said, the Rebbe lived a very unique life, and the Rebbe lived the Rebbe's tzidkes, as we know. This is also not our business, but the point is that he did it in such a unique format with the Rebbets in their little household, which was very, very private, and shared the Rebbe and the Rebbetzin, and even the communal work that the Rebbe did, he did privately. He used to give, but there are a few exceptions to this. But other than that, primarily the Rebbe and the Rebbetzin were very private people, elegant people, and they shared a circle of acquaintances. I'm not using the word friends on purpose, and who they interacted with, whether it was in Europe or United States, and along the way. But the Rebbe actually says it in as many words, and he even said by Farbrengen in certain times that he shunned communal involvement, especially when the limelight was involved. The Rebbe's, if you look at the Farbrengen of after one of the Gerrer Rebbe was nostalgic, or the Rebbe speaks about that and the Rebbe, this is the Rebbe's words, and it's something along the lines of he reluctantly went on a shlichus from the Rebbe's Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe, to get and he said because he really didn't want to do these kind of things. He also writes it to the Frierdiker Rebbe. If you look at the letters, the Rebbe says that I don't like these things of excitement. The Rebbe called it. The Rebbe was very withdrawn, and the Rebbe writes this about himself, and this is something that he shared with the Rebbetzin. Why are we talking about this in Chof Shevat? Because that was mostly till the Nesius. So what happened at the Nesius? The Rebbetzin actually not only gave up that whole way of life and more for the Rebbe, and for what the Rebbe had to do, for the Rebbe's mission. And when the Rebbe says, what does that mean to a chassid? Let's look at what the Rebbetzin did. Let's look let's try to take some of these things that she did in her lives. And of course, because everybody is individual and everybody is unique, we all don't have the same circumstances. We're not in the same time. We're not in the same place. We're not in the same milieu. But nevertheless, the idea of what we have to give for the Rebbe is alive and well and pertinent and important to each and every one of us, without exception. And that's what's asked of us. And that's what when the Rebbe says, that why don't you take a look at this, at what we call in English the sacrifice. Some don't like the word sacrifice because it means to trade something, to give away something, there's reluctance to it. But there's some truth to that word too. In other words, when it's talk about a korban, that Chassidus explains to bring something closer. But what had to change? What is it that we're not going to have, that we will do for what the Rebbe wants us to do? And here, this goes even more than that. And that is, we say in English, step out of your comfort zone, or think out of the box, etc. And Rabbi Weinberg tells a story about how the Rebbetzin really and encouraged, let's just say, the Rebbe to do what he had to do. Now, as Chassidim, we say if the Rebbe told us many times that a Rebbe is born a Rebbe. So, of course, this is obvious. And the Rebbe was, on the one hand, if you look, I was talking to some Chassidim recently. Somebody wrote down because it was Yud Shvat. So they said, 70 years. I said, what are you talking about 70 years? 71 years. No, they said, Yud Shvat, they said, you want to write 70 years? You could write 70 years from the first mimer that ever said, because that's a historical fact. But in terms of the Nesias, it's 71 years. And we showed that, even when it was Aboyim Shana that ever wrote, Tafshinun, 40 years. And it's in the Pasuk Dover of the Maimer. This is without question. So someone asks me, and this isn't not only me, it's a group of Chassidim. We said, look, what the Rebbe didn't want. He was refusing. He was reluctant. Now, we said that Rebbe is starker, Levitik, Meraktiv. I recently, within the last few months, got some letters from the Rebbe that the Rebbe sent within the first few months of the Nesias, actually Teretz Yisrael, to the yeshivas, demanding certain things to be done. I said, wow, this is phenomenal from a person who people say wasn't doing, here it wasn't even hidden. The Rebbe is clear, straight out, giving directives how the yeshiva should be run and what should be done and what should not be done in a very sharp way. And so we see clear, even with the Rebbe, quote unquote, his reluctance. This was what we don't know why or how the Rebbe went through that process. It's not our business. It's not important. But what's important is that look what the Rebbetzin now made a total change in her life and her lifestyle for what the Rebbe wanted, needed, and what the Beseinu Nisiyenu and what the creation, what the Eibishter wants and needs. And now here's what the Rebbe asks each and every chassid. And when it comes Chavei Shvat, we could just go over this in our own lives. We are asked by the Rebbe to give up, to change, we all have the things that we're supposed to do. We all have our own unique, shall we say, we are all graced with an entity which the Rebbe called the Kluginke, the very wise one, the brilliant one, the genius. To some people, he would be like Albert Einstein. I mean, the mamish, the Yitzhahara, and the Rebbe called it as such, and the Rebbe said that this is coming from Yitzhahara. And we have a Chassidish Yitzhahara. We have all kinds of things. And the Rebbe asks us to not choose that, but to do what we have to do. And each and every person is unique. So for everybody, it means something else. But for all of us, no matter what, it means that we have to emulate that devotion that the Rebbetzin had. And that's where, again, those stories that all these people share could start to come in. Some of the stories are very nuanced in slight ways. We're not talking about now the Rebbetzins' brilliance and the Rebbetzins' dignity and the Rebbetzins' elegance and the Rebbetzins' wisdom and the Rebbetzins' all these things that we all hear about, and they're all important because they all give the whole picture. But look at her life, and then look at her devotion. And it's well known. Now you may say, well, this is just a regular standard, whatever it is. But if you look now, just do the math, as they say. It's readily available to see the Yomanim, the diaries of when the Rebbe came and went throughout different periods of the Nesias and how much time he spent at home. And you'll see it's a very small amount of time. And sometimes in our own lives, this is a Maimer HaMuska that we have to look at too, to make sure we spend something called quality time. Dr. Weiss said it this year. He said it on the Farbrengen that Shluchim were having after the Kinnis of Shluchim, but he said it other times too, that the Rebbe told him that just like it's a mitzvah to put on film, he cherishes the time that he spends with the Rebbetzin. I think there he says that they would share a cup of tea at the time. But what we saw ourselves, how the Rebbe went home in the middle of the day, the Chof, the Lamed, and he would go home for a short period amount of time, usually less than an hour. You're also talking about days that were like Yom Tif. Let's just take Purim and Hoshana Rabbah, which is traditionally a day of a whole hoo-ha with the mishpacha, etc., etc. And we saw how when the Rebbe left, the Rebbe came back, which was when he was going to have the Suda from Hoshana Rabbah, the Suda's Purim, which is a mitzvah, one of the mitzvahs of the day, was under an hour. The whole thing, because of the Rebbe's devotion. But this was, and here's the most famous thing is that the Rebbe always would spend time with the Rebbe when the Rebbe came home after everything. Now, the Rebbe's schedule, if you look at the Rebbe's schedule, the time that the Rebbe came home, I think the earliest may be only maybe after a day of a fast day when the Rebbe sometimes would still come back, but sometimes he stayed home. Maybe that would be the earliest. But the latest time would be something like 9 a.m., literally, between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning, meaning that it was still part of the previous day. Okay, and the Rebbetzin was there then also. And that means that the people know she would be in a chair. Maybe she slept. I mean, that's not our business. But the point is that this was still working together in this rigorous type of schedule. Sometimes the Rebbetzin actually told people about this too, that it's going to be soon. She arranged appointments with people, but according to when it would be scheduled that the Rebbe would be there, because that was that important piece. But then the Rebbetzin also, I want to say that, and this takes it in a different step, but let's say that Rebbetzin also had her quote unquote shlichus or job that the Rebbe wanted her to do. And some of the things were, and I'm not getting into any particulars whatsoever, because that again, that's beyond our pay grade. But there are certain of these relationships that we learn about and hear about that the Rebbetzin had with people. The Rebbetzin, by the way, we're talking here with a community from England, and many people from England actually had a unique relationship with the Rebbetzin. They're from the 1% that share with the rest of us. But some of these people were literally introduced by the Rebbe. In other words, this relationship didn't happen by mistake or by something else, but some of them, the Rebbe actually made this relationship. And additionally, the very famous relationship that the Rebbetzin was impressed with certain individuals who came to thank the Rebbe for a bracha that he got. And she wanted to meet this person who was appreciative and showed appreciation, which is a whole basis of another part of our attitude, that we have to show appreciation. We always write, we go to the oil, we say, Hinin Lovakir's we asking brachas. We also have to thank for the brachas and report back when something worked. You know, we all have this experience in our lives. Sometimes we forget to report back. And my uncle mentioned that we were Baruch Hashem graced with a granddaughter. Today was she was named for my mother. It's the first name, and it's today's Chof Shevat. And somebody was mentioned. Well, just share something a little personal. And you know, it's a shtickle dilemma here. The baby's father, very young man. Some may know, whatever. So people think, you know, that's Chof Shevat, first child, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, and he actually named for my mother, was a well-known shlucha of the Rebbe. Actually, I was mentioning to somebody that the Rebbe actually used that title for my mother. The Rebbe wrote Rebbetzin in letters to my mother, and I think it may be unique. I don't know how unique, but that being said, and there's even a story where there was a chassid who had a child born Yud Beis Tammuz, and he wanted to give the name Yosef Yitzchak. It was in the 60s in the Chofs, and his shviger, who also comes from a Chassidish household, you know, wanted that he should give the name for her father. And the Rebbe told this chassid, you know, tell your shviger that what would your father want to give for the Rebbe. And according to that, I'm thinking here, oh, then this may be even more telling. But if you think for a moment, let's say somebody were to ask the Rebbetzin what to do. What would the Rebbetzin want? We could maybe never know. You can never say, what would the Rebbe say? What would? But that's not a bad thing, because we have to learn to live our lives in a certain way, in the framework and guidelines that the Rebbe set out for us. So in that sense, what would the Rebbetzin say to do in such an instance? I don't know. But anyway, everything's about Ruach HaKodesh, so I have no problem sharing that the Ruach HaKodesh said to do what was done. That being said, the Rebbe Blackman personally, our oldest daughter was named Chof. I was talking then to Rabbi Klein, just because I ended up speaking with him. I asked him if there was about certain Haridoyas. He wouldn't tell me anything. He said nothing. He said, this is all your business. And I said, Chof. So I looked into the Sichas, and the Rebbe actually gives a moidindike bracha to anybody who gives a name for the Rebbe. It's in the Sichas of Chabishvat of Shemim Tes. You look it up, and it's in other places too. The Rebbe mentions more than once about the when the Rebbe speaks of the greatness of the Rebbe, and he also speaks about the girls who carry her name, and therefore, our oldest daughter is named Chaimushka because I looked at it that it's Vakorev Eleinu. This is what I heard from the Rebbe say, etc., etc. But even though it was Chopop, the Gamda Jota Shaykhs from Chopop too. But that being said, the Rebbe Blackmishkin Balchev, so the next daughter was born, and she was named Anchof Heyoder Chana. Okay, so jetzt habe ich my mama of Chof Shevat andere Sache. This is all some thoughts. But in our life, getting back to the Chayit and the Libai, the Rebbetzin devoted her life to what the Rebbe wanted, whether it was taking care of and having relationships with people who weren't necessarily her speed, to put it nicely. But and that doesn't mean that they were not her speed, but she with simcha and really enjoyed doing the shlichus, and she did it in a great way. How do I say she enjoyed it? Because of that this is the way tzaddikim work. They enjoy to do what they're supposed to do. But what is her first choice? I wasn't there to see, but it's certainly a unique thing if you observe. And if you'll just think about a lot of the stories that you hear, put them into a pot and see what her life was about. And I mean from the people who worked there and the people, and I'm talking about just the legitimate stories, people, first-hand things. And then you can get a glimpse. I mean, there's a famous story about a girl who was actually from Minnesota, and she actually was niscaded by my parents. I remember her very well. Today she's a shlucha. She tells the story. I believe it's on Gem. And she was learning in Mochachana, and they wanted to meet the Rebbe. They didn't know that it's how it works and what's going on here. And somehow or other, they got a letter to her, and the Rebbe said they sent her a note, and the Rebbe, Mrs. Galperin, who had a relationship with the Rebbe, was the cook in Mochachana. And she said that Rebbetzin who wrote, who did this, and she set up an appointment with them, and they actually went to meet the Rebbetzin, and the Rebbetzin asked them all kinds of things. But it's interesting. She asked them a lot about the Gashmis to get what kind of music do you like? What are your clothing? Where do you? And if you think about the story, she explained that they were like, they had come to Mochachana and they became like these ruchnistic people. They forgot that it's dira b'tachtonim is taich, that you have to live in this world and bring the shkina lamata and elevate everything. That means you have to be able to be in the world. And this was the message of the Rebbetzin that she felt that the Rebbetzin gave her. I'll share another story that I actually heard firsthand. And I want to. It'll also just to add to this collection of stories and give us our own job of hachayit and libay, to inspire ourselves to do what's the tough part, to do what's asked of us, to give our devotion to the Rebbe and what the Rebbe asks of us. Each and every one of us, kol chad v'chad l'fum shiur delay. Each and every one of us, each one what is asked of us, and every person is a different thing. Every person has a mashpia. Every person has a as a guide to who and what. And if they don't, they have to. So I visited, and it was my father was on Gezun, a certain individual, and I'll tell you where I visited him. He was in a place where the Rebbe made a mitzvah that you have to visit people, especially Purim time. Chanukah, this wasn't either of those times, but he was behind bars. Now, unfortunately, he was behind bars because of the Dina de Machus Dina. He did something which was a violent crime, unfortunately. But he was a Talmud at a certain point in time of a yeshiva. Used to be here, a yeshiva in Crown Heights called Chanoich Lanar, and he was a Talmud in that yeshiva. And he told me this. He told me this story straight up. He said he didn't know anything. But what happened was they used to send them some nights a week to give out pushkas in Crown Heights, to knock on the doors and give out pushkas. And he didn't realize the whole story when it happened. He didn't even know what happened till way after it happened. But what happened was the Manal of the yeshiva went looking around and said, "Who went yesterday on President Street to give out the pushkas?" This guy tells us a story. He says, "It was me." Is everything okay? He says, "I just want to know who it is. Tell me what happened." He says, "Nothing happened, whatever." It was like a regular night. He says, "What happened?" So he says, "You go into any of the houses?" He says, "Yeah, one in the house. A lady invited me in and sat me down and asked me a lot of things about the yeshiva. And she offered me something to eat, this and then. This was the Rebbe's house. He had no clue. He had no clue who was the Rebbe. He had no clue of anything. And he just, they knocked on the door and said, "I'm from the yeshiva Chanoch Lanar. Do you want to have would you take a pushka?" This is what they used to do. And she invited him in. And she sat him down. She asked him, "Tell me, what do you study? Who's your teacher?" And she did a whole interview. She really, she got a whole report that way of the yeshiva firsthand, which I'm sure she shared with the Rebbe. And there are other stories like this too, but we heard this, and I heard the story more than 10 years ago, and he didn't realize, like I said, till the next. She didn't say, "I'm this and this." She gave him a piece of cake. She gave him a drink, and she asked him about what he learns. She asked him details of what he learns. And now, if you know how the yeshiva works there, they learned in the morning was the Limudei Kodesh, and that was their specialty. For Limudei Choil, they used to take a bus and take them to Ocean Parkway. She asked him about that. She asked him, "How does the bus? How does the schedule? How does it work? Who's your teacher in English? What are your English you learn?" She asked him every single prat and kept him whatever for 20 minutes, whatever it was. And through this whole thing, he had no clue. He was happy to sit down in somebody's house and have a piece of cake and whatever it was. So and it's an interesting story. And he found out about it because I think Rabbi Chadakov called the next day the yeshiva about some detail of something. So of course she told the Rebbe told Rabbi Chadakov about whatever it was that they wanted to know about. So that's how it got even back to this guy who we were visiting for whatever reason, and he shared with us that story. So Al Koponim, it's Chof Beis Shevat, and the Rebbe said that many times about Rabbi Seinu Nisiyenu, the day of the Hilula, everything comes then to a head, to a pinnacle, and whatever they did, Kol Meshach Chayav, B'Chaim Chayusam B'Almadein, everything that they did, and that's a lifetime, is a long time and a lot. But it's Poil Yeshua's Bekerev Haaretz. It's able to affect salvation in the innards of the earth, meaning we all have our Oretz, our artzius, and all the things that Oretz means, our earth, our earthiness, but we can have salvation in that. And we have to take a day like Chof Beis Shevat, a day which is the reciprocal part of the Rebbe, the support of the Rebbe, the support that's gained from the Rebbe, and all the things that Chassidus says, and the things that we're moving towards. Mashiach will come, of Eishes Chaim Ateres Baila, whatever that may mean in such an Indian. But think about it on your own level of learning Chassidus, and apply it to your own lives, our own lives, each and every one of us. Each and every one of us has a struggle. Each and every one of us has nisyonis. And that's what we say every day, etc. But think about the bigger picture. Look at what the bigger picture, and then it doesn't have to be a sacrifice. It goes from being a sacrifice to being a partnership and a participation and something which is done together. And then it's b'chol levav chavishne yitzarecha. It becomes everything is in unison and it's fused to work together. L'chaim, that in this Chof Shvat, indeed, each and every one of us, like the Rebbe said, B'choye B'erech Yisrael, the Rebbe connected it with that pasuk that everyone is blessed, and the Poel Yeshuas, the Rebbe in an open way loved people that she didn't know or see or just like every Yid should do, like it says in Hayyim Yoim, Sheton HaTov, somebody you don't even know and you have no clue about. And this is not, we're not talking about all the things that are personified because for some it's this is well known. And if it's not well known, get to know it. It's worth it. And it's a day that's connected that the Rebbe shared with us. It's not a spitz thing. It's something which the Rebbe shared from the first minute, the first tefillah, after like we said earlier, the Rebbe said, it's v'hachayit neliba. I'm now sharing this great woman with everybody. And Meshach HaShiva, the Rebbe said that this woman is greater than people know, greater than people imagine. The Rebbe said it in English, and you could hear that. The Rebbe said that very few appreciate properly. So it takes us years to unpack that and to be able to. And each and every one of us has and can have that relationship. It's something that when we go to the oil, most people are noyeg. If you're not noyeg, it's a davar achi poshet to be noyeg. The Rebbe himself was noyeg to go to the kvorim of the Rebbetzin, the wife of the Rebbe, and the Rebbetzin, the mother of the Rebbe, and the Rebbetzin, the wife of the Rebbe is next to the Rebbetzins of the other Rebbetzin Nisiyenu. And they are certainly all Poel Yeshuas, and we could report to them, and the Eibusha shall help that indeed, like the Rebbe said, when they get to Chof Shvat, and by doing all the regular minhagim, that we should merit the true full redemption of the Okitzo Verano Sheikh Nayofor. The Rebbe said it, and with all the inyonim. And we should see the Rebbe, be with the Rebbe, begashmias, mamish, and therefore we'll be in a simchas olam al reisham in a way than the Rebbe said at that time. Also, the tzaddikim come in tehillah. That's what the Rebbe said at Meshach those days of the Shiva, and it was also in relationship to the Rebbetzin. Because when the Rebbe was crying, the Rebbe said that when it says Meishav Aaron Yimohem, I think that was, if I remember correctly, it was when Yid Reb Aaron Soloveitchik was there, and the Rebbe was crying when he said this. We used to hear. I mentioned earlier that I was a bocher in Boston, so we used to get the hook. We ourselves. Let me just. We'll finish with this. We went for Nicham Avelim that night because Dan Holder said you have to go back to yeshiva. And we actually went. We went after Maidav. We got to go into Maidav, and then after Maidav, and I was telling somebody recently, I'll never forget. It was Ki'ilu, Ki'ilu Nichem Avelim, as if, so to speak. We walked by, and the Rebbe was sitting. The Rebbe's eyes were so wide open, his mouth was open. The Rebbe was. I can't describe it. Don't want to describe it, and it was a terrible thing. Awful. I mean, I don't want to. It's terrible to even speak like this, but it was. And then when a person started to even say to yourself, this, I don't know what we finished saying, but the Rebbe looked at every person, every bocher. I mean, we knew, we have to do this, and whatever it'll bring, whatever it is, the Rebbe sees that we're walking, we're there. So we went back. We went back that night, and we actually stopped in New Haven, Connecticut, we knew it's interesting. There was a building that Everton visited. She actually helped pick the carpets for the building, like as is well known. Anyway, we stopped there, but we used to listen to the hookup in the morning and after Mincha. And we used to be able to hear. If you were there, you couldn't hear, but we used to hear this live. All the people that came to speak with the Rebbe afterwards, and the Rebbe was crying when he said this, the Meshav Anonimon, and he said that's something that that's an awesome, scary thought that Rebbe said, but that's the way it is. It's going to happen in a moment, in a second. Meshav Rabbeinu will be here, visible, seen to everybody, and on, come right away. That's what it says. That's what it's going to be, and that's what it be with all the tzaddikim. Happens to be that we traded. We wanted to go back for Shabbos because it was during this time. I'll just tell you another story. As you know, he was nifter already, the manal of the yeshiva. Then he was nifter this year. So we told him. He said, "Whatever we were supposed to go once a month. We already went to once a month. I remember what it was, negotiation. But we told him, we made a deal with him, and we kept the deal. And we said that we're going to give up Purim. We'll trade Purim because for some reason the Seder was that we could go in for Purim. Maybe because Tilden was Farbrengen, whatever it was. We traded Purim for Shabbos Pashas Mishpatim. We B'Shas Ma'aseh, of course, we could never imagine whatever the Hemshech will be. But of course, we're good businessmen in Bachar. So we said we'll trade Shabbos Mishpatim for Purim. Then later Purim will convince them we should go for Purim also. You're like this. You're not gonna go there. Chatei Pacher. And we went for Pashas Mishpatim, and that was only Farbrengen. And then for 3 weeks, the Rebbe was home afterwards. But there was a very historical Farbrengen, and the Rebbe took again Nicham Avela Motzei Shabbos in 770, but they're on Kodesh. And like I said, we stayed for Purim. But and then we used to go in. When we went subsequently through the rest of the year, and the next year, we used to go on Thursday night. So on Friday morning, we were allowed in because we were shluchim. We used to daven. We used to daven in the Rebbe's house, Shachris and Mincha, whatever we had for a little protection. Let's just say. So it happens to be because we went for that Shabbos. I went in, so we already got into Mincha on Friday in the Rebbe's house, and actually, the person who was he's still he wasn't yet the prime minister of but Bibi Netanyahu was there, and he came. I happened to have stayed. I don't know if other Bochum didn't. Maybe they went out. You were supposed to go out, or whatever. I made sure to stay, and he was speaking to the Rebbe also, and about Yisrael and these kind of things. Anyway, everything is recorded, so the Eibusher should help that indeed each and every one of us should try to fulfill the edict that the Rebbe shared with us on the day of Chof Shevat 33 years ago. Lag Shona, Gal Shona, Gal Leini Babitin Inflois Teresecha, and indeed, which should be V'Achayit and Aliboy. Now we're hiskashrus to the Rebbe because she was the biggest mekusher. The Everson was in this way totally devoted to the Rebbe. Changed her whole way of life. Gave up the way she lived before for that whole tkufa, and changed everything for the Rebbe and for the Rebbe's Nasias, and that's what each and every one of us should do. And the Rebbe should help that indeed. Then we'll be zoiche to the Meishav Anonimoim with the Rebbe and the Rebbe's and Beis Mashiach to Kenu immediately. Chaim.
Now we felt l'chaim a little bit also. You have l'chaim by you?
I'm pumped not. I will believe that I will say l'chaim. I did say l'chaim earlier. I'm pushing it in somebody's house in a room. I have to find it.
Sag mir, die Platz, wo du gefindest dich, ist sehr ernst. I never so serious for an hour. Ein bisschen Fähigkeit. Still gaps.
Das ist schon los, Rabbi Edelman ist der größte Chassidim. Oh, Rabbi Lou.
To see you smile is also good.
Now I see Rabbi Lou. My uncles are sein gesund, and certainly it will.
You chased him away.
What?
You chased him away.
Rabbi Lou. That was like
you turned up the camera when you met.
Certainly, Rabbi Lou will share something with us. Rabbi Lou was one of those that was zeicher to all the levels of relationship with the Rebbetzin.
Ein Sarven legodel.
A kolponim b'midah b'mishkol.
Rabbi Lou, he's
Unmute.
yeah.
Osoyach tifta.
Zay mamshich. I guess I've been talking the whole day.
Manchester was, I believe, the first shlichus. Or not the first shlichus per se, but the first settled place base. It was basic.
I have letters from the Rebbe. It's at the top of Lou, Manchester.
Oh,
But we have a nice soil here from London as well. We incorporate the whole world. I'll tell you a thought, which I heard after Chof Shevat, before the Shloshim. So Mustama right up from Rabbi Yossel Weinberg. And on this week's Sedra, it's by Yishma Yisroi came with Tzipora Eishes Moshe Shnei Boneha. So you just finished a few Sedris, which the climax of everything, the Giluyim by the Makis, the Giluyim of Yitzias Mitzrayim, the Giluyim of the first mitzvahs, the Giluyim of Kriyas Yamsuf, the Giluyim of the Shira. Laura missed it. She wasn't there. She never had Hakofish, she never had Tkiyas, never had Farbrengen. One day, Tzipor came after the Matan Torah altogether with Yisrael. So Rabbi Wammer said this, I think it's a medrash or it's somewhere, that when Mashiach comes, she's going to be right there in the front. So if you think about the Rebbetzin, all the stories that you hear about the Rebbetzin, Ad Echad, they all, a common factor in all the stories is that the Rebbetzin was a genius, a giant, a brilliant person. Grace of Moichin, the Friedrich ever hired Malamdim for his daughters. Very cultured, very loved music. Nagina, she said in B'Seif Yomeha, when she was in her 80s, that she still hears in her ears the nigunim which the Rebbe Rashab, her grandfather, sang when he was davening Barichas. She wasn't like a Poshet mensch or something. She was a very, very, she knew how to appreciate. And you hear the stories about the Rebbe Yechidus, as Rabbi Feller just mentioned, that the Rebbe had people through the night. I was in Yechidus more than 24 times. A lot of times it was, early was when I was there with kids, it maybe 11 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night. Or the worst thing was, when you're supposed to go in at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you're a bach or something, and somebody, big shot, didn't turn up. So the worst thing for the mosquito would be that there was a space, nobody's there. Hey, Shmuel, you gotta go in right now. Go over with some running, or like Krinsky or somebody, and throw you in with mamish. There's somebody coming out in a minute, and you have to stand there right by the door. Because the one who was supposed to come for an hour, he had an appointment at 10 o'clock, he'd been delayed till 10:30. That fill up. There's so many different Zaytik stories about the Yechidus. I was in Yechidus at 3 in the morning, and at 4 in the morning. I don't remember if I was ever in at 5, but I was in at 6 in the morning. And there was sometimes Yechidus even later than that. And everybody, whoever you talk to about Yechidus, will tell you that they were exhausted. They just took a trip. A balabas here in London, a Gvir, and he had a big business problem. And he told me, this over 50 years ago, he said, he was sitting in Yechidus. He said, I was terrified that I'm going to fall asleep from the monotonous whir of the wretched clock on the desk. He was talking about the whole tzir. But people said they came in and they didn't, and every single person said they came in at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and the Rebbe was just like he's just starting business. Just now beginning, full of energy, full of light. His eyes are sparkling. Right smack in whichever Indian the person is in. So I'm in Lomdis, he's in problem, whatever happens, communal affairs, totally there. Because it's not an easy job being a Lubavitcher Rebbe. But how many times did we think that every single one of those 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, Yechidison, there was a woman sitting in a house waiting for him. The Rebbe told my shver, he asked her, he was very assertive, and he asked the Rebbe, does it disturb you? Or does it wake you up when the Rebbe comes in after Kosher Bracha, 4 o'clock in the morning? Right? Does it disturb you? And she said, no, I'm always waiting. I don't want him to come home to a dark house. So she played the Ashes Moshe plus. And the one hand, she wasn't there by all the Chaviyot. And on the other hand, she was there making sure that space of the Rebbe and protecting him and doing, as you said before, many shlichusim for the Rebbe. So if you see, Rebbetzin spoke, my daughter was there at the age of 2, Chanukah, Tovshim Em Zayin, and Rebbetzin related to her like Rebbetzin was almost 86, like you relate to a 2-year-old. And there was a boy of 5 years old who was precocious and not an easy kid. He was there with his parents and family. And the Rebbetzin was an elegant hostess, and she had a big chocolate cake with chocolate icing. And she was sitting there and with plates and forks and cut pieces of cake for each one. And she came up to the boy. He said, I want to cut my own. 5 years old. So what did the Rebbetzin do? As a mechanech, she didn't say, no, you're not. I'm the boss in this house. It's dangerous. I'm not letting you do it. What kind of chutpinyak are you? Why don't you do like your parents do? There's 100 ways that some people, unfortunately, who are not the Rebbetzin would say. The Rebbetzin said to him, look, if you take a piece of cake, you're going to take 2 smaller pieces. I want you to have a big piece, so I'm cutting it. So the Rebbetzin knew how to talk to a 2-year-old little Emela, to a 5-year-old precocious kid, to a 8-year-old. Rabbi Klapman was telling about the story with his daughters and how the Rebbe knew each one to give the candy, to give the ice cream, how to do it. A bas mitzvah girl, we heard a story. Louise Hager, who was as a teenager, she once told me that the Rebbetzin worked out. She was able to go straight in. Then the same way, the bar mitzvah boy came and she said, tell me over the mimer or the pilpul. Let's see me a nigger. And she was there. Had something to say about everything. Then if a great intellectual came, I was there certain times, for example, Yud Aleph Shvat Tavshin Mem, a very, very big crowd. I was just in Crown Heights for less than 24 hours. But during that time, we were doing my Shema, and we went that the Rebbetzin had a problem with her legs. So the people she met us all together. We have Shmuel Chayfa, Olav Ajalim, who just passed away, was there. Mashveh, maybe one or two others. And she was talking about London and what was special about it and what they did. You know, she had a way to speak to every person on their level. Whenever you spoke to her, it was not about you. I mean, she made it about you. It was not about her. She was there to think what is the way that to speak to you. You never, no story you'll hear when the Rebbetzin said, you know, I'm having a hard time. I'm worried right now about this, that, the other. Or I got this big job I got to do. That was never there. It was where, you know, it was always somehow or another, where are you holding? But really, those are all manifestations. Those are Kleinigkeiten. All those stories. She was a genius. She was a giant. Reb Zalman Garari came to the Rebbetzin tens of years before and said, why don't you ask the Rebbe to make a self-imposed curfew? The Rebbe should be, you're a woman, no biological children, sitting alone in New York City at night. In New York, the place where nobody's living in the house with them. Ask the Rebbe to please come home at least 12 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock. You know, if a man comes home from his office at 9 o'clock, it's a late night. 10 o'clock, 11, 12 o'clock. But that would be called an early evening for the Rebbe. Make early evenings not later than midnight. That kind of a arrangement. And the Rebbetzin said, Chas v'sholem, Menschen darfen hem haben. People need him. I should stand in the way. Her life. Not that she had a feeling for some person. The 1% that you spoke about, or whatever the percent was that actually went into the house, she was moist nefesh for the 99. She was moist nefesh that should be a Rebbe. And she's the one that encouraged the Rebbe to become a Rebbe. She's the one that said, but the Klal Yisrael, it was 4 years after the Holocaust, 4.5 years after the Holocaust, Tavshin Yud. The Jewish people, even today in 2021, are in the middle of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Imagine what it was like then. And we were like, Mamish, it was a job of just picking everyone from the floor. I heard from Rabbi Moshe Harrison a couple of weeks ago at Farbrengen. He said he was a Rav, maybe it was Ber Levi, I don't remember who it was, one of these Rabbonim, Chabad. And he said that he met some Godel Rav, some, not Chabad Rav. This was being around, maybe Tavshin Lami, Tavshin Mem, in those years. And that Rav said, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, what he has done, he has created the whole agenda for Klal Yisrael. Right? But he said, it's not such a remarkable thing given the army that he has. That kind of an army, it's not such a surprise. So Rabbi Harrison asked this rabbi, and what did you tell him? So he said to him, Kein hat hem nicht gegeben der Armee. Nobody gave him that army. He created it. He created it. Yesh Me'ayin. He says, you take your people, create them into an army, and you'll also be able to Utsitan. So the Rebbetzin understood all that. She was a very, very smart person. Because mamash moise nefesh. That's elamai. So what can we do? A chayiten and libo is to say that each of us, kol chad v'chad lefum shira delay, to go out. Our mesiras nefesh is a small going out of your comfort zone, as you mentioned, a small thing to do that you don't do because inertia, you just lazy or never did it before, you're embarrassed to do a little thing. Or to refrain from a small thing you know that you shouldn't be doing, a small thing, and exclude it from your life. And that's a reasonable, a high litin. The Rebbe said that the sun is in the sky, but it's reflected on every individual drop of rain, the whole entire sun. So every one of us like a little drop of water. Not like the ocean, but each one. And the Rebbe was aware this is the Dor HaShvi, and what it meant. It was a joint effort. It's difficult to imagine that the Rebbe would be able to achieve without that whole backup of the Rebbetzin. So, and we should all think what we can do. And to Farbrengen Mashiach. L'chaim, l'chaim.
I wanted to say, my uncle. Everyone is my uncle's friend. But my uncle really has a friend who really is his best friend from yeshiva, who's the Moradas Rabbi Yosef Minnesota, Rabbi Yosher Zalingold. And I want to just share a quick story. It reminded me because of the word that my uncle said that she wasn't by, and I specifically didn't want to talk about it. There's a long parsha of speculation. The mere fact that the Rebbetzin did not, have a red chair like her mother-in-law had and sit in the front, etc., etc. Like my uncle said, she wasn't by Tekiyas, and she wasn't by Hakofis, and she wasn't by these things. Actually, she had the Rebbe actually used to blow Tekiyas, the Rebbe read Megillah for her, etc. That's all. That doesn't matter. The point is that she wasn't, and we didn't talk about that. That's not important for now. But the story is as follows: in around Tufshin Chavvav. It had to be Tufshin Chavvav, I believe this summer, and Rabbi Zeilingold Rozan Gesund was learning in the Koilel, which in those days was where the first Bible shul. That's where it was housed at at its inception, at the beginning of where it was. Where later on became Rabbi Gorner's office. That spot. We're not going to go into the whole geography of 770 at the moment. But that's where it was. And that had, of course, the Bible shul overlooks the Beis Medrash downstairs, like it does today, which is much bigger. And he sees the Rebbetzin. He knew who the Rebbetzin was because everyone knew who she was. She used to pick up the Rebbe, whatever. People knew who it was. And the Rebbetzin came in with a young lady into there, which he figured out quickly who it was. Which is a whole nother nichastik emaisa, but also somebody from England. But the point is that she gave her a tour, a detailed, guided tour of things and mu'urois that she was not present for physically. And she explained, she said, look, if you see straight over there, that's where my husband sits by the Farbrengen. And sits there in the middle. And she explains, in the front, he davens. And when it's like this. And then when they do this, she went through different Mu'urois Hashana and was pointing out in the Beis Medrash where it is and what goes on. And she described these events to this person. Rebbe Zeilingold heard this with his own ears. He was there with another couple of younger lights. The Koilel was small, I don't know, probably less than a minyan. And whoever was sitting there then, maybe it wasn't at the time of Seder, whatever it was, but he listened nonchalantly, and he heard how she gives this description. So with the Ashes, Meisha, and I don't want to say the other pasuk, when the Chazal say the Achash Shilucher, etc., whatever it was, and all the significance of that, but certainly she was up to speed and snuff, and actually gave a guided tour of 770 at that time. Yeshikoyach Rabbi Lu, Yeshikoyach Rabbi Cohen, soll helfen, also keine Mamschach sein in alle der Arbeit, gehen Michael, Choil, Begashmis, Beruchnis, und der Priest an der Choyne, und Panosse Barachove, alle gute Sachen, mit der Rebbe angewünschen, Poshet Begashmis, und like it says in the Mamorim that we learned this year, and the Mamorim from 40 years ago of this school, that the Nitzoitzes have to be Nisbarer, and even the ones from the Olam HaToyu that caused the Nitzoitzes should turn into actual practical things in the world that will bring down Moshiach Tzidkeinu B'Peil Mamash.
Amen.
Chaim, Mazel Tov.
Thanks.
Sag nages de kinderen in. Chaim.
Amen.
Rabbi Lou, thank you very much. Rabbi Edelman's supposed to come back soon. Just finishing.
Forgive me, I'm going to wish everyone a gesunden Zoom and a gesunden Tamid.
And a mazel tov again, Rabbi Mendel, for your new Einikum.
Thank you, Rabbi Lou.
L'chaim, l'chaim. What do I want to say? I will say what happened after Gimel Tammuz here in Manchester. After Gimel Tammuz here in Manchester, and in those times you couldn't go on your computer and buy a ticket. You had to go to the travel agent. So somehow there was this travel agent on Leicester Road that he opened on Sunday morning. He opened his shop, wherever he store, and the bochim were there buying tickets to go to New York, and he was buying them on British Airways. And suddenly he gets a message from British Airways, what's happening? They were suspicious it was a scam or something. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they're like, everyone wants to buy a ticket to go to New York. So he explained that the big rabbi in New York is from London they're trying to go, and from Manchester. And in Birmingham, there was also a flight. So there is a half-empty flight. So maybe the travel agent had this brainwave. They will divert the flight from Birmingham to make a stop in Manchester and pick up the leftovers. But they didn't do it by the end. Anyway, so I didn't go. I stayed here. So what we did in 62, we did that we came Mincha. And after Mincha, we said the Kapitel Mem Tes, right? And afterwards we sat. I don't remember having l'chaim or not. We were sitting there. So there was Rabbi Jaffe there. There was, I think, Rabbi Weissbisch also. I don't know if he came every day, but there was very, very few Anash left here. Everyone ran to New York. So we were talking. So everyone was lost. So the Mokim Sheinish is a herring fish. So Rabbi Jaffe tells me I should say something. No, what should I say? So I said what Rabbi Feller said before. I said that you can imagine the Rebbe Chof Shevat, and the Rebbe has Rebbe, that's the last member of the Rebbe's immediate family. And what the Rebbe does, the Rebbe says, "V'achai yiten el libei, v'achai yiten el libei." So then, on that day and the whole year, the Rebbe put in our DNA, he put in that whenever something happens, so the natural, what's a natural? It's a natural reaction is to do something. Also, when something bad happens, we should sympathize with the thing that happened, and Chas v'Shalom to do something positive, because if something negative happens and I do positive, I do not sympathize enough. So I should join the negative and show my sympathy with the negative. And the Rebbe said no. It says in V'achai yiten el libei, and the sympathy with the negative is how to put positive things. It's very difficult, but that's what the Rebbe said again and again and again. And it happened a couple times. That was one major for the whole Kehillah. But it happened a couple times. I won't say that it happened. I won't say it happened always with me. But when I have to speak to someone, and I tell them that it's exactly the opposite. It's exactly the opposite. That when something negative happens, the only way to deal with it is the right way. Is how to deal with it, and to help the person or to help the situation that happened the negative is with increasing the positive. There is a sicher in Chof of the 1 year, I don't remember, one of the mems, I think. There's a sicher in Chof of, and the Rebbe speaks about when the Neshama is in Gan Eden and the Krevim are down here. So there is a big tsar for the Neshama in Gan Eden and a big simcha for the Neshama in Gan Eden. Why is the big tsar in the Neshama in Gan Eden? Because in Gan Eden, they see what happens, everything that happens by doing Torah mitzvahs. They see the effect. Down here, we don't see the effect. Up there, they see clearly everything the effect that happens. And they can't do it. They can't do it. That's the tsar that they have. What is the simcha that they have? That the people who are close to them and people who do it for their sake, or people who are the Talmidim, or the effect what they were teaching while they were down here, and they do Torah mitzvahs, so they get the big nachas that it goes on their cheshbon. It goes on their cheshbon. Goes on their, so that's the Rebbe spoke on Chof. So the Chof Shevat, I will always remember, is a time of a very big tzar. The Gashmis Rebbe became very lonely. It changed a lot, but the Rebbe was positive the whole time, which is very difficult. But that is the thing that I take from Chof Shevat. It's easier to tell it to someone else. I said it before. Easier to tell it to someone else, but it's something. So if it's more difficult to tell to oneself, then you ask someone else to tell it to you, which is that makes it easier. But that is Chof Shevat. Chof Shevat is like a very sad day, but you have to continue doing and doing and doing. That's what I remember for Chof Shevat, and it helped me in different situations to help other people. At least not. I don't know if they help them, but at least to make a nice drosha in other situations. That's what it helped me. But that is v'achai yitena libe. V'achai yitena libe is means that the people here are responsible to do things positive, and that will help the neshama up there. It's not sometimes. It's not like a merida b'malchus. It's not like, how could you do positive things when the neshama is suffering, or is up there and was nifter, and it's like betrayal. It's a merida, and it's like betrayal. No, Rebbe said it's 100% for the neshama. The neshama is up there, and the neshama has a lot of nachas from the help of that's in every situation. That's in every situation. Could be far-fetched situations that it looks different. There is a story with the Rebbe Levi Yitzchak, the Rebbe's father, that there was a hesped, there was a levaya, and the Rebbe Levi Yitzchak made a hesped. I think it was a Levi Yitzchak, and he explained that they should follow, the Yoshim should follow the rotzen of the nifter, the way he wants now, where he's in the Elam Hames, not the way he was. He was Merames, that even though down here he was different, but Lepeil, now he's in Elam Hames, so they should follow. So the nachas for the neshama is the way the neshama sees things up there. Another thing that happened of Chof Shevat, that there is more mugidike maimorim in Pasha Mishpatim, right? There's mugidike maimorim in Pasha Mishpatim. Same as you see around the Cheshvan, there is few maimorim bichlal. The Rebbe said in the early years there was no Farbrengen in Cheshvan, and there was not Shabbos Mevorchim Kislev is usually Chayesor or Teildes. You can find maimorim a lot, but in the weeks before, there's not much maimorim. Yud Beis Tammuz, Pasha Bolok, Pasha Bolok, there's a lot of maimorim because it's next to Yud Beis Tammuz. There is in all this Yomim Tevim, all those Yomim Tevim. So na Chof Shevat, there's no extra maimorim, the Rebbe said, because afterwards, Tavshim Ches, the Rebbe didn't say maimorim, I think, after Tavshim Ches, a lot. But mugidike maimorim we have a kuntres mugidike maimorim, a couple maimorim of Pasha Mishpatim, in schus of Chof Shevat. So sometimes you look there is Yud Gimel a year also. I think there's twice Yud Gimel a year maimorim. So there are days, Pasha's days in the year that the Rebbe gives out a kuntres. So you don't need to Farbrengen exactly to speak about the Rebbe's in 24 hours. It's very nice. You learn Mishnah, as he mentioned, but in the Mugidike Maimer that came out, doesn't mention the Rebbe's. In the Akadama he mentions. But in the minor itself, it's a minor of Pasha Mishpatim, it's a minor of this, it's a minor of that. So if Farbrengen doesn't mean that you have to actually, you say, you Farbrengen, you speak. You learn, you speak. That's what the Farbrengen. It's very nice to have Zichrenes. I remember Yudal Kislev Tavshalametes. I was in Montreal, and the Bochim weren't allowed to the big nice banquet. They made a nice Chasne banquet wherever they're in Montreal for the Balabatim. Very nice. But when the Rebbe started Farbrengen, we came in to hear the Shidur. So they had on the head table were all these main people there. I don't remember even who they are. I assume Kramer and whoever is who was there. But they had one person, an old man. His name was Gorevich, I think. And he was, in the times of the Rebbe's Chasana, he was a Ingeman. And in his house, they cooked the meal of the Chasana. So they actually had a physical connection from the Rebbe's Chasana to commemorate 50 years from the Rebbe's Chasana. So they had this young man sitting by the head table. So it's nice to have someone connected physically, etc., etc. But the Iker is we come together with our brain. We learn from the Rebbe's Maimer. We learn. There is a Maimer in Kuntras Tafshin on Beis. Kuntras Tafshin on Beis. There is a long Maimer, but there is like one os, which is a big chidush, very big chidush. And it says in Lekutesiches Chelik Vav also, in a place in Chelik Vav also says this chidush. And this chidush is, Bekitzer, it says that when you go look in the nefesh of a human being, in the nefesh of a human being, the deeper you go in the nefesh, the stronger he is. There is the Seichel Midas, the way they are, the Seichel Midas Hagluyim, the way he uses it. Then there is the source of it, which is even stronger. Then there's stronger him. When you go deeper and deeper, he's stronger and stronger. Yeah. And the deepest point of a human being is the Etzem HaNefesh. The Etzem HaNefesh. And what is the greatness of the Etzem HaNefesh? The greatness of the Etzem HaNefesh, where he doesn't exist. He doesn't have to exist. That's the Etzem HaNefesh. And the proof is the power of speech comes from Etzem HaNefesh. And the power of speech is not made to show off. I don't say this word in the Maimer. The power of speech is to give room to someone else. So logic would have said that in the Etzem HaNefesh should be the biggest existence, Aniv Afsi Eid, only me, and there is no room for someone else. And the Etzem HaNefesh is so strong that you give room for someone else. So I had actually one bocher, when the yeshiva was standing here still. It's standing Beruchnis, but it's standing Begashmis, and he said, it's impossible to be right, because the Etzem HaNefesh should be him, not someone else. But look in the Maimer, in Kuntras Tafshin on Beis, in the Kuntras of the Maimer in Tafshin on Beis, and it says there that in the Etzem HaNefesh, is the deepest in the nefesh, which is higher than the metzius of the human being, and therefore he could put himself on. He is not negei his metzius. He puts himself on the side, and therefore is the keich of speech to acknowledge someone else, give room to someone else, comes to etzem hanefesh. So if one learns this maimer, and don't learn like I learned it, just to have this nice. And this point is also in Chelik Vav in Pasha Yisrei. In Pasha Yisrei, there's a sikha there of Deimim Tzemei Chai Medaber and all these things. So he says the power of Medaber is to go out of his own metzius and to give room to someone else. So if one learns this minor with all this haskell and everything, and then one realizes that his strongest strength is to give room to someone else, then a lot of trouble in this world will disappear. If one is able to bring it down into actual, etc., etc. So there's different words in the Maimorim, to learn and to work on, and to everything one learns, a hayim yem, a sikha, everything. If one looks properly, one could find a lot of things to Farbrengen on. A lot of things Farbrengen. It's easier to think about how it affects someone else, but sometimes you have to think about oneself also. L'chaim.
Rabbi Edelman, in the Chumash is Kesei Mar Beis Yaakov, Sagdom Yisrael, yeah?
Yeah.
It's Yisrael, you have to say, Dvorim Koshen Kigidin, yeah? So that's schwer. And for them it's Losh Taka. So, like gewisse Menschen is the avoid to make a beer by yourself. It's Koshen Gidin. The Sikh that ever says Lashon Raka means over there also that there's in Yon and Klolim, the whole Etzem and Nefesh is Bazei, made it's Kesemar. It's more poshet. It's not so convoluted. It's not so complicated. I don't know the statistics, but I think there's a lot of certainly I see a lot of difficulties, emotional difficulties in men, all sorts of issues in men, quite high. Koshen Kigidin, it's not so straightforward. And then it's Koisei Mele Beis Yaakov. Sometimes the Emun of Shut is a Sach Gringen. So you're saying you have to make space for someone else. Sometimes maybe the space for someone else is to go along with the Emunah Pshuta of other people. I think Rabbi Feller, when he was Farbrengen, was struggling with he was trying to convey two things that seemed to be underlying a struggle. On the one hand, he was talking about the relationship, if you're allowed to use that word, between the Rebbetzin and the Rebbe and the Rebbetzin. Rabbi Lou spoke that as well. And at the same time, he's saying that's something we can't really understand. It's certainly not something us. And then he went on to say that is that the Rebbetzin was the biggest chassid of the Rebbe. And I think that's a little bit of a conflict of how to handle. The Rebbe made the Rebbetzin, made the Inyan of the Rebbetzin. The Rebbe brought us the Inyan of the Rebbe. What's about the previous Rebbeim? The Rebbe's gemacht from Rebbetzin seine Zach. So what exactly? So he was trying to struggle exactly where to put it. Can ich meg ich reden wegen der Rebbe und der Rebbetzin? Ich tarnish. I can. And then we described the relationship between the Rebbetzin and the Rebbe. The Rebbetzin is waiting till who knows what time, and the Rebbe, this very perfect type of description of a relationship. Was we can learn from them, etc. And then there's whatever we have. But in that element of making place for someone else, so the case of Beis Yaakov is so sometimes we're busy and we're working and we're davening to Melent or the Medavet Nish and we're struggling with the Yod davening, the Nish davening, or all the other issues that we're struggling with. And then there's the appreciation of the case of Beis Yaakov, the Etzem HaNefesh, the Pshitas from the Etzem HaNefesh. Und the Pshitas from the Etzem HaNefesh is erst about zweiten Größe wie bei uns. Yeah, so does that mean? I remember I was once sitting with Mezed Olav Shalom, our old time. So we're discussing a bacher, and he used to learn. He used to get up very early to learn. He had a shir l'kutetet, and we were talking about Ishes Chayil Ateres Bailo. Was meint so Ishes Chayil Ateres Bailo meint dass sie wird der Balabos. Sie bleibt der Isha, aber mit dem, with being, Isha is the Atera, Aziz the Atera. In other words, I mean, I guess...
Isha Ksheira, Esor Etzein Bailo.
It's nicht geteicht. I guess if you knew Bobby Oldtime, it was better nicht deutsch. But the word is... I think this word is to appreciate and see the pshitas was faran by zweiten eshe by the koisem Beis Yaakov the pshitas and the emeskeit und das soll sein ateres Bible, das soll sein ich der Tor was führt wie man lebt allein. In der andere wird sich weglegen to put yourself away and do what the Rebbe wants and all those things. When we're working through Koshen Kegidin and we get all stuck in all the issues, it's difficult to just to move on and just to get going. We can get despondent, we can get broken, we can get hurt, and we can get. There's a lot of things that can go wrong when it's kosher kigidin, when it's difficult, and everything becomes kosher kigidin, and that's our aveda. Our aveda is daf is harven. The harven is the kosher kigidin, but the koyisem and the Beis Yaakov, the etzem nefesh, I think maybe hate to for a little bit. So Chof Beis Shevat Inyan. The Reishis Chai out there, I don't know. That's what I think. That's what explained to me. It was like, what's Chof Beis Shevat mean to men? So you listen to the women's kinnis, and I can listen to the women's kinnis earlier. I mean, here locally, but I'm saying with on all the sichas.
There's nothing to listen. They try to imitate the man, so there's nothing to listen. They have nothing more than you, so it's okay.
Is the sichas steht verkehrt?
Yeah.
And
There
that's
is
like
a
sicher.
the sicha in Chof Beis Shevat, in Chof Shevat Tafshin on Beis, Shabbos before Chof Beis Shevat, and the Rebbe started the sicha. The Rebbe asked, why is there Aseres Hadibres twice in the Torah? Major thing, Aseres Hadibres. Why is it written twice in the Torah? So the Rebbe goes on to explain that it's in Dire B'Tachtenim. You have two parts. You have the Tachtenim. You need to have a Tachtenim. And you need to have a dire from the Eibishter in the Tachtenim. And you can't take the dire, the Eibishter take over everything and just minimize the Tachtenim. And you can't say, oh, it's dire with Tachtenim, let's maximize the Tachtenim and minimize the dire. Both of them are equally important and have to be totally there. So the Aseres Hadibres in Pasha Yisrei is the Eibishter is saying the Dibres. And the Aseres Hadibres in Pasha Veschanan is how the Tachtenim, HaMeisher Rabbeinu, is representing the Tachtenim. He says it like the people take it. And both have to be totally there. So that's the struggle. The struggle is that you're saying, is the Rebbetzin a Metzias? And therefore, okay, so there is something besides the Rebbe. Or that the Rebbetzin doesn't exist. The Rebbetzin is bottle. So forget about the Rebbetzin. So what do you want now? So the thing is, that's the Rebbetzin. The Rebbetzin is there. And the Rebbetzin was totally bottled. The biggest chassid of the Rebbe was the Rebbetzin. There is a story that happened. There was a meeting in Koronites between some people, and they were trying to change some things. And they didn't want to make machlekes, and therefore it was totally in secret. They planned, they figured out everything, but one of the people on that meeting, he was close to the Rebbetzin, so he used to tell the Rebbetzin, and the Rebbetzin liked it, the ideas, and improving things in some things, whatever. And then, after they made the whole meeting, the whole plan, they didn't tell anyone. They've written the whole plan to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said no, or the Rebbe made like a line from the top to the bottom, like nothing happens, right? So this person who is close to the Rebbe, to the Rebbetzin, he told the Rebbetzin what happened, like that the Rebbe said no. As the Rebbetzin says, if so, I never said anything. It's not like she said, but she did say. She did have a mind. It looks a good idea. But if the Rebbe said no, I never said anything. So that's two opposites. The Rebbe wants to use our seichel. We use our seichel. We use our midas. We should be there. We should try things. The Rebbe wanted we should suggest hatzoes and do things. And then, if the Rebbe says no, then it's totally no. It has to be totally there until the Rebbe says. There was I was just remember that I was telling someone at the beginning of the week, there is in New York, when I was a bacher, there was in Tafshin Mem Aleph, there used to be for years, Tots for the week. Every week, Mifzaim Tots for the week. Now there's a lot of Israelis, so there was the Kvutze there, they were capable bachrim. So there was a bacher who used to write something on the Pasha, and they called it Likra Shabbos. Now, I don't know if it still exists. Now there is the Likra Shabbos that gives for the Litvische Yeshivas, Chidushim of the Rebbe Siches, but then it was Likra Shabbos was like one paper. It was a thoughts for the week. So my brother, Olav Shalom, he was involved in the Gashmias. He used to tell the bacher, you should write something with, I don't know, a amount of words, and he used to type it up, And then he said, you have to add on another 20 words, and used to make it a bit, enlarge it a bit. So there was Rav Levi Yitzchak Ginsburg, Alav Shalom, was mashping for Chabad, in Rishon LeZion, wherever. So when he was there in Kvutze, he was writing it. There was another that I remember. His name was Yair Pardani. I don't know where is he now, but he had like a very. So he also has written it. So I don't remember which one it was, but it came for Pashat Ezriya, and the Bacher decided he's written down the dinim of Taras HaMishpacha as much as it goes on of 2 8x5 papers, 8 pages. He's written the Taras HaMishpacha and dinim Pashat Ezriya, and the guy was shaking because this goes into the Rebbe, and he didn't know if it's proper to do it. Even in America, there are things which are not proper, not only in England. So he was sittering, and they knew it goes into the Rebbe. The Rebbe used to give Askalat Tzien, they still give the answer, but he decided he does it and finished. 2 weeks later, he got his answer, but not directly. What happened? The Rebbe called in, Chadakov, not the Rebbe. Chadakov called in someone for free. I don't remember who it was. One of the people in free. Chadakov gives them this Likras Shabbos from Tezriya, and he says, translate in Russian and give it out. He didn't know what hit him, so he looks at it's Likras Shabbos. So first he went, who is the one who has Likras Shabbos? So he went to ask him. So the Bacher said, that's a thoughts for the week. So he goes back to Chadakov and he says, it's from 2 weeks ago. I can't give it out now for Pasha. The Pasha is gone. So Chadakov said, so take the Pasha off, as long as you write a brochure of things. But this Bacher, he was so happy that he was mechaven. But until then, he was shaking. He was shaking. Maybe the Rebbe is going to know, what is a Bacher doing, writing up all the din Taras HaMishpacha? And, like Pinchas Koritzer said, you put Chassidus in the streets in wherever. You learn it b'chashoy, you're not on the street. So he got, but because he was afraid he didn't do, he decided himself that he should put it on. So he put it on and he did it. If the Rebbe would have said no, the Rebbe would have said no. But we need to be both things together, to do and to be totally bottled. That's a row of paskins. He needs to use his seichel, but he has to be totally bottled to the psak din of the Eibishter, to psak din of Shulchan Aruch. He can't paskin because he's bottled, because then it's not a psak din. It's not the right psak din. He can't paskin just what he thinks. He has to use his seichel. So this paradox of Torah, mitzvah is simple. You just follow orders and finished. But Torah, learning Torah, you have the two opposites, and the Rebbe wants us to do the two opposites. The reason the first years the Rebbe gave an answer. We don't have what he is written to the Rebbe, we can understand what he's written. So the Rebbe said, we didn't come down here not to make mistakes. In Gan Eden, we don't do mistakes. It seems that someone said to the Rebbe, he didn't want to do a parula because he was afraid he'll do a mistake. So the Rebbe said, we didn't come here not to make mistakes. We didn't come to make mistakes, obviously, but we need to do and show. So if from time to time we give a patch, then you continue. You deserve it. The manichim who used to get write questions and answers to the Rebbe, they used to write those who were more involved. They got a sharper answer. Mavhir, underline 3 times, and all different kinds of sharp things. So there was a Yid in, I think it was Ber Baumgarten, he Farbrengen in Yerushalayim, and he took mashke, Farbrengen in Yerushalayim, and he took mashke, and he was speaking like for mashke wherever, and in Yerushalayim it wasn't so common, such kind of, so there are people who are looking for mitzvahs. So someone has written to the Rebbe a detailed report of everything he said. So the Rebbe gave him like a sharp answer, sent him a letter, a sharp answer. So he was all shaken. And the Rebbe said geholfen, he met Bentzi Shem Tov in Eretz Yisrael. That's the way the story goes. And he told Bentzi Shem Tov like he's stopping his activities because, so he says, why? So he told him like the words that the Rebbe have written them like very sharp. So Ben Shem says, so you got this sharp answer. So now you're into the club, like us. So you're very close to the Rebbe. Continue your good work. But it doesn't mean that because one gets a sharp answer, that means he has to stop. It means that the next time he won't do it or he has to fix it, but he should continue doing. So we need the two opposites. It's not like a monashech. You don't go to the Rebbe and say monashech. Am I allowed to do things or not? You continue doing, and whenever I don't like what the Rebbe says, you follow what the Rebbe says. And the one day the Rebbe says like this, and tomorrow the Rebbe says the opposite. Are you going to take the Rebbe from the Inteira? That's the way the life is, or finished. We have to use your own brains and be prepared to be totally bottled. That's what we need to learn from the Rebbetzin. So that's people don't understand. So was the Rebbetzin totally bottled or was she a Metzias? Ask that every big macher in Lubavitch. Is he a Metzias or is bottled? Some people are more this, some people are more that. But the right thing is we have to use our own brains. We have to learn Teire. We have to use our own brains. And they should be vayiso, like by Pasha B'Shalach. The four kitas, one says like this, one says like this, and everyone was angry for some reason, and he decided to kick the bucket. How you say, I don't know what that means even. It was probably like the cow kicks the bucket for the milk, and decided to do a strike. So one does a strike this way, and one does a strike this way. So the Rebbe that told Moshe Rabbeinu, it's not a time for strikes. Vayiso. What do you mean Vayiso? But they're doing the same thing, they're going into the sea. Vayiso means you continue working. As long as you're working. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. But in Gan Eden, they don't work. They sit there, and nani miziva shchina. But we continue working. We have to use your brain, what you think. So according to in the Siches and Hey Tevis, before Hey Tevis, in Tavshim Hey, there were two Shabbosim. The Rebbe spoke a lot about this forum. So in one of the two Shabbosim, I don't remember if it's the Shabbos that there is a Hanocha or there is another Shabbos. There is no Hanocha at all, as far as I know. One Shabbos there is Hanocha Pratis, and one Shabbos there is no Hanocha at all. So I think the Rebbe said, "Ich tu leit Shulchan Aruch und leit Rebbe dem Schweren wie man mir kommt tu is." A combination of those three things. I would say some things in Shulchan Aruch, the heroes of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the way I understand. That's the Rebbe said. Okay, the Rebbe is the Rebbe, but we have the heroes. That's why we're looking for heroes of the Rebbe, and we're looking for everything. And then we do things the way we understand. But we should continue doing. We should continue doing. Like at Tzibel of von der Werk, see this of the Chazan. The Iker you should do. Continue doing. That's the thing we should learn from the Rebbetzin. We should learn from the Rebbetzin that it's not, you don't do yes or no. You half, finished. That's the Eibishter wants you to struggle. Half and half. You totally bottle, but you have to use your own brain also. You have to do your own ma'aseh. And if you're doing one time, a third, second time, a third time, and the Rebbe didn't say anything, and then suddenly the fourth time the Rebbe said, don't do it this way, the other way, so then you're not a Metzias to become angry or go on a strike or anything, even for one day. You just continue working, you're finished. There is, my brother was involved in editing Sforim of the Rebbe Rashab. So they have to write a Hagdoma, a Pesach Dover. So the Pesach Dover, suddenly the Rebbe changed one word that was already 5 times in previous Pesach Dover, and the Rebbe changed. So you don't take it personally. The Rebbe wants to change it. So you go to the printer and you change it. You don't even think for a second, did the Rebbe say anything against me? You're just working and you bring the Hagdoma to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe changed it this way, the Rebbe changed it this way. You use your brains, but don't take personally. That's the way. Don't take it personally, even for a second, that the Rebbe rejected something or the Rebbe fixed something. Just you're so happy that the Rebbe told you. We want the Rebbe to tell us what to do. And sometimes the Rebbe says, do yourself. And sometimes the Rebbe fixed. So the Rebbe fixed, thank you very much, to enlighten me the right direction. And then we'll continue in the right direction. Chaim.
Are you making Niggin Mandela?
Marko, co ty jedziesz na jarmarko, nie kotlajesz, nie pradzajesz, tylko robisz swarko. Ej, ty, dobrze, Marko, co ty jedziesz na jarmarko, nie kotlajesz, nie pradzajesz, tylko robisz swarko.
Chaim. Chaim, I read a story yesterday. Maybe a lot of people know it. Everyone knows it. When Rabbi Sudak was a bacher in some 70, and there was this public fund, upstairs in the hallway where the coats are hanging. And the phone rings. And Rabbi Sudak picks up the phone. And there's a lady that says, this is Mrs. Schneerson from President Street. So you want to know if it's the Rebbetzin Chane or if it's which Mrs. Schneerson. So he says, is that the old Rebbetzin or the young Rebbetzin? So she said, I'm not a Rebbetzin, my husband is the Rebbe. That's what she said. So she said she's not a Rebbetzin, but the husband is the Rebbe. Anyway, I was learning before when someone asked me a question. So that, and how to answer him. So I remember what happened. We're learning in Tanya that there is two types of people who have Ave to the Eibishter. There are people who use their brains, and by using their brains, they misbeinen and they awaken Ave. And then there are people who can't use their brains for some reason. They are limited in that. And they awaken the Ave, which is the Ave Mesuteres. So in Ave, in Tanya, he gives the example that animals also have midas, also have emotions, but it's natural emotions. They didn't do it with their brains. But human beings, through their brains, they get the emotions, they choose their emotions. So the same is the two types of Aveda in the Ave to the Eibishter, the Ave to do Teir Mitzvahs. So one is similar to a Chai, and one is similar to a Medaber, so one is similar to an animal. But it says also in the Tanya over there, it says the one who uses his brains is Bechira, he chose. He has a choice. So what is there a choice? Because you use your brains, you don't have a choice. So someone asked me, you still have the Ave to the Eibishter, same Ave. So why one is called having a choice, one is not having a choice? So I answered him that this question, similar question, was asked but one of the pupils in school. That they said that we tell them always they have free choice. But if they have free choice, they get punished. So that's not free choice. So I explained to them that free choice is not hefkeres. Hefkeres is do what you want, even the wrong things, no one going to do anything. Free choice means responsibility, but you choose yourself to do a responsible thing. If you don't have free choice, someone else chooses for you. So that is, as said before, the Rebbe wants us to have the free choice and choose ourselves the right thing. Sometimes we fail, and the Rebbe directs us in the right direction. But the Rebbe wants us first to think for ourselves and choose ourselves. That is what the Rebbe wants for us. And there is a story of someone who had a question. It was a big question what to do. He's written to the Rebbe, and he asked the Rebbe a couple times, and the Rebbe did not answer. The Rebbe did not answer. And then he made his own decision. And it seems to be a wrong decision. And the Rebbe afterwards said that he made the wrong decision. So he says, what I asked, and I didn't get an answer, so I did whatever I understood. So the Rebbe, this man was in a very high position, very responsible position. And the Rebbe told him that in such a responsible position, you should make your own decision. You don't have the chance of doing a wrong decision. So that was someone who was like very important, very close in Yonim negate to the cloud. But everyone is negated to the cloud. But we should continue our work, and we should try to do the right thing. And we should learn and give tzedakah and write to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe will help us. But we need to use our own brains. We need to use our own brains, and we need to use our own choice. And the Rebbe will help us to get to the right choice. That is the thing that the Rebbe wants. And that we could learn from the Rebbetzin also. But when the Rebbe says something, I see Rabbi Lu somewhere, so I remember a story that I like very much. I'll say it again every time. I'm going to say again the story. When the Rebbe says something, you have to do it what the Rebbe says straight away, and that helps you. There is a story that Rabbi Lu once said when he came here to Manchester, and the story happened, I think he denies the story happened, but it doesn't matter. The story is true. There is in Crown Heights, there used to be a time that not all the Rabbanim of the shuls were Lubavitcher Rabbanim. There were people who are not Lubavitchers who used to live there. Actually, when Rabbi Lu was a Bacher, majority, how did Rabbi Feller said, 99% of Crown Heights were not Lubavitchers then. And Bachim used to go to a shul to Chazach Sidus, so they used to go to shul, where the shul is not Lubavitcher people, the Rav is not Lubavitcher, etc. So there is one occasion that there was a Rav who wasn't a Lubavitcher, and this Rav was saying a pilpul, he was saying a drosha. And he quoted the Tzemach Tzedek, and he asked a question on the Tzemach Tzedek, and he was speaking not nicely in the way he spoke about the Tzemach Tzedek. And then he says, and he's making his own teretz, his own chidush. The Rav is saying, I make a chidush. I don't know how the Misnagim speak. He's making like a whole thing, and he gives an answer which he said was a better answer than the Tzemach Tzedek because it's wherever. So there was a bacher of some 70 there, very nice bacher, very frum chassidische bacher, but he's not someone who is a baki b'shas. He didn't learn all the mefarshim, all of the shas. So he pipes up and he says, this chidush is written in Pnei Yeshua, in Maseches this and this, daf this and this, which wasn't a Masechta that they learned in yeshiva, and it wasn't a daf that they learned in yeshiva. So the Rav was a bit mixed up, and all the Lubavitcher were there very happy, because this chutzpah of the Rav to not be the cheretz to the Tzemach Tzedek, and he's got his way back. So some Bachim thought that he was just inventing a Pnei Yeshua like this. Other Bachim believed that there was a right Pnei Yeshua. So afterwards, his friends asked him, how did you get to knowledge of this Pnei Yeshua? How do you get to know this Pnei Yeshua? I know you, you know me. This Pnei Yeshua, you shouldn't have learned it. How do you know about this Pnei Yeshua? So he says, I'll tell you the truth. There was a couple of months ago, or whatever, a couple of weeks ago, the Rebbe is coming out 3:15, and sometimes the Rebbe comes a bit later, sometimes not. But Rabbi Chadakov came out, and Rabbi Chadakov said the Rebbe is going to come a couple of minutes later, and the time shouldn't go to waste. The Bachim should learn in the meantime. Now, he's a Chassidish Bacher. So when Rabbi Chadakov said that, he grabbed the first sefer that was lying on the table in Sim 70, which was a Pnei Yeshua. He opened it, and the first Pnei Yeshua that he got, and he learned it. And it was exactly, he wasn't stupid, so he understood it, Pnei Yeshua. So that's exactly this chidush of this guy who was trying to impersonate his own chidushim in the name of Pnei Yeshua. And Baruch Hashem. So the moral of the story is, if you follow the heroes of the Rebbe, you never lose out, and sometimes you can even get to give a nice kick to the misnagdim. That's if you learn and you follow the Rebbe's thing. This bacher is Noske Wolf. Noske Wolf is a very Chassidish guy. I think he lives in Nachal Zachabad. He's a very nice guy. So people told him, Noske, wie kommt zu dir als Pnei Yeshua? So we should learn, and by not learning, we don't get this hanoah to put people in the right place when it's necessary. So we should learn, and we should learn properly, and we should do what the Rebbe says. And we do what the Rebbe says. Sometimes you don't see straight away the benefit, and who looks for benefit anyway? The Rebbe said. And sometimes you see later. Sometimes you see a lot later. You see the benefit. But as long as we're trying to do the right thing, we don't think of ourselves, we don't think on ourselves. There is this whole thing of Matan Torah of this week is the same question, the same question we're struggling. The Oves were doing mitzvahs in Ruchnius, so they were safe. They were totally Ruchnius. nothing to do with Gashmis, right? By us, we do things in Gashmis, we need to connect the Ruchnis with the Gashmis. So that's difficult. That's the whole purpose of Matan Torah. That's the Onechi of Matan Torah, that's the Keles Obrokim, that's the whole thing, Vayered Hashem ala Sinai. And a preparation for it, it says, Onechi Hashem Elekecha Asher Etzisicha Meretz Mitzrayim, we have to suffer through the goals of Mitzrayim. Everything that happened in Mitzrayim. Someone was in one of the discussions somewhere, is someone remembered a certain sikha that the Rebbe actually was crying, and the Rebbe mentioned in the Golos Mitzrayim, Pari hat sich gebodni idische Blut. Pari was bathing in Jewish blood. He was literally taking Jewish blood and bathing in it. It was the Golos Mitzrayim was not a picnic. Golos Mitzrayim, it was very, very difficult, and all this was a preparation for Matan Torah. And by Golos Mitzrayim, we got purified, we got refined, and the whole world. And then on Hashem Elekecha Asher Etzisicha Meretz Mitzrayim. And the Rebbe says there is also the pasuk when the Eibusha said to Yankiv that he's going to go with him to Mitzrayim. He used the word Onechi. Onechi Eiredimcha Mitzrayim, Onechi Alcha Gam Oli. That the reason you're going down to Mitzrayim is for the purpose to be able to get to them afterwards, to get the Onechi, to do the Onechi Hashem Elekecha. But Onechi Hashem Elekecha means to connect Ruchnius with Gashmius. Everyone will be very happy in Gan Eden. They have only Ruchnius. Only Ruchnius. The Ruchnius could be in different ways. Ruchnius to be only to learn and not to have to do Gashmizik and mitzvahs. Only to learn by yourself, which is Ruchnius. And sometimes you learn with someone else that you can see this guy is full of Gashmius. It's very difficult to put some Ruchnius into him. But that's the Matan Torah. Matan Torah is to connect Ruchnius with Gashmius. To connect Ruchnius with Gashmius, not to learn Torah in Gan Eden, not to learn Torah like Avram Avinu. It's to learn Torah after Matan Torah. There is a Gashmius. Klum Yitzhahara Yesh Bachem. If you don't have a Yitzhahara, you're a Malach. Forget about Matan Torah. Nothing to do with you. If you have a Yitzhahara, Baruch Hashem. Now you will start talking. If you have a Yitzhahara, now Matan Torah is for you, and you can learn Torah and connect and struggle. So struggling, that's the whole thing of Matan Torah. We shouldn't be scared of struggle. Someone who doesn't struggle, it's not. There is a story with the Tzemach Tzedek that the Alter Rebbe wanted to give him the matana learning. Limud HaTorah wanted to give him matana. So the Tzemach Tzedek refused. Because the Tzemach Tzedek said, learning, you have to work on it. You have to toil. How could he get Torah without? And then the Tzemach Tzedek regretted. He said he could have gotten this part of Torah that Alter Rebbe want to give him, and he will continue further struggling. You can struggle further also, but you can't. You only remember a Gemara when it was difficult. You got stuck, and you had to figure out. Then you learn the Gemara. A Gemara that comes easy, it's like money. Gemara is like money. It comes easy, it goes easy. If you struggle, you work on it hard, then you keep it, you hold it. There was once a bacher in yeshiva here. It was years ago. I was away. I don't remember for what. For Simcha, I came back, and there was a parent of a bacher in yeshiva. That was a long, long time ago. And the father says, "I'm going back today to the country where I am, to France." It was a French bacher, and he says, "I spoke already to the whole Hanhole, and I want to ask you, what's your opinion about my son?" So I says, "Your son is wonderful. He has a good head. He learns and everything, but he has one problem. He comes easy the Gemara. He doesn't learn with the chavrusa. So he says, "So what?" So he says, "Now there's no difference, but later it will come a time, then it'll be different." And that's what happens. A year later, he stopped learning because he only learned easy. If you learn with the chavrusa, you have to, even chavrusa on the same level of you have to actually say it and go to and work on it. Then you learn to work on the Gemara. But if you're used to just reading it, everything is okay. Next year came to a level that it was a bit difficult for him. He was never used to toiling and working. And he stopped learning. He's a very nice guy. He does a lot of nice things. A big asken. He was in a Bocher Yeshiva. He was a big asken here in Yeshiva. He did a lot of things. But learning, he did not continue learning. So things have to be difficult. Baruch Hashem, we live in a world that it's not so difficult to find things which are difficult. There's always difficult things, but the difficult things is where you grow, when one works. That's why we're here. We shouldn't look for things which are difficult. They come anyway, even if you don't look for them. But it's not the problem. The problem is if something goes too easy. In Mitzrayim, they ate everything for free, chinam. But in Avodas Hashem, there is nothing chinam. You have to work. Sometimes it goes easy. Find work on something more than that. Struggle. When there is a struggle, that means that you're on the right way. When it comes too easy, the Frierdiker Rebbe once said in the first years after the Frierdiker Rebbe became Rebbe, and the Frierdiker Rebbe was saying a maimer, and he stopped in the middle and never finished off. And then it was different than the way I remember with the Rebbe. So someone asked him what happened. So he says his father told him, the Rebbe Rashab told him that when a mimer goes very smooth, it's wrong. You have to stop. I don't know. I never said a mimer. Last time I was a Rebbe, I didn't say my morim. But it is somehow you can see the Rebbe struggling while he said a mimer. So much effort in it. So the Frierdiker Rebbe said, it goes too smooth, then you stop it. So, but by us, we don't need to stop. And if something goes smooth, continue it, finish it, and do the next thing. The Rebbe will help. You'll struggle. The Baruch Hashem, we find some struggles. But it's not. You can't have a tainer that this is difficult. This is difficult. Baruch Hashem, we are in this world that it's difficult. And we're going to go over it, and we're going to continue. But the fact that something is difficult is not a reason to stop working. Continue. Things are difficult, you continue. They don't do the road when you approach a corner. They do the road, especially that it's not so smooth. Because if it's too smooth, it could be an accident, chas v'shalom. They make it a bit difficult to roll on, right? So that is also, if someone is very, very easy, it's they didn't make it. In Gan Eden they do it like this, but not by us. L'chaim. Rabbi Lu, you're middle of learning Rambam, Mr. Well, maybe there is a story between you and the Rebbetzin that you never told anyone. Could it be such a thing? That is not written anywhere. It's like Pirsum Rishon.
I told it last night. Too late.
Okay, but
Too
I
late.
didn't hear.
Too late.
I didn't hear it. Can you say it again?
I'll tell you about it. I have a different appointment now. I'll tell you very quickly.
Yeah.
I said it with a certain year, but somebody wrote me privately that that year couldn't have been in the library. But I know the story I'm telling was in the library, and I know what happened, so maybe it's a different year. It was a 3-day Simchas Torah, with Shabbos Bereishis, Thursday, Friday, Shabbos. And I wanted to get a place for Tillim. So I got up about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, Shabbos Bereishis, and got the place because it was very hard for me to hear. I mean, not like now, but it was more difficult. And I stayed there. It was packed. You know, you can imagine any Shabbos Levorchim, especially Shabbos Bereishis. And I held that ground. Davening, I till him I said there, davening, maftir, whatever you want. I didn't leave the place, except maybe 15 minutes to go make kiddush and Yekazayis and bench, and one of my kids held the place. so I was there from about 5 a.m. till after Kosh Shel Bracha. It was a 3-day Yom Tov, till about 3 or 4 a.m. the next day. And then Sunday, we were by the Rebbe, my shver, so he asked me to come with. And he told the Rebbetzin, you know what Shmuel did? He got there 5 in the morning. He didn't go out, even mama, for a glass of water. He started building up that I was there for nearly 24 hours in one spot in 770. So the Rebbetzin said to me in Yiddish, he said, you could have come in here to have a coffee. So it sounded so funny that I just smiled, you know. So she said, Ich meine, she said, I'm serious. She said, just knock on the door. Come on Shabbos morning, knock on the door, and I'll give you a coffee and mezainis, and come in. I think that's the last conversation I had with her, actually. And over the years, I was thinking about it, that the Rebbetzin is telling us, knock on the door. Knock on the door. You know, make an effort, even a smallish effort, and you get everything that you need. You know, that door could be a door that's inside yourself. It's waiting to be knocked on, and you just don't think that you have any access, or it seems too exalted for you. You know, it's too hailing in your own self. That part of me, maybe Yom Kippur, maybe. But the Rebbetzin is saying, knock on the door, and I'll let you in, and I'll give you whatever you need. That's the story.
Very nice.
I have to phone up a neshama now, and it's already very late.
Very good.
So I've got to.
Very good. Okay.
I'm gonna.
Now you gave me an idea what to say now. That's very good. It was a Shabbos.
So I knocked on your door.
You knocked on my door, yeah. Shabbos Hey Nisan, Tafshin Yud Zayin. Now in Tafshin Yud Zayin, the only Farbrengen was Shabbos Mevachim, Yomim Tevim, Yom de Pagre. Any Shabbos, it's not Shabbos Mevachim, not the Yom de Pagre. There was no Farbrengen. You can check up.
Excuse me. Yeah, it was like that most of the years then, but Yud Zayin was an exception.
Only in the summer when Zalman Jaffe came and asked, and you're right, yeah. But
he was never there in Yud Zayin. I was there in Yud Zayin. I used to walk from Williamsburg. There was thing even like Shushan Purim cotton.
Okay, but Shabbos Hey Nisan was not supposed to be a Farbrengen.
Right.
But the oldest Shochat, Reb David Shochat, the Rav in Toronto,
I apologize.
Yeah, he got married that week, and his father was close with the Rebbe. Maybe because he was a brother-in-law with Chadakov, I don't know. But he's close with the Rebbe. And he's like a Yeke from Europe. And someone told him, go ask the Rebbe to Farbrengen. So he knocked on the Rebbe's door, and he asked the Rebbe to Farbrengen. The Rebbe opened the door, said, what do you want? He says, the Farbrengen. So the Rebbe said, there's not Shabbos Mevachim. So he says, it's a Shabbos Brachos for my son. He asked the Rebbe to Farbrengen. So the Rebbe said, neither reason, it's not Shabbos Mevachim. So the Eibishter Baruch Hashem gave him in his mind and said, Chedesh Nisan is the month that the Nesiim given, because that's when the Nesiim gave to the Beis Hamikdash. Every day another Nasi gave, right? So the Rebbe said, good, the Rebbe Farbrengt. Now, in that Farbrengen, the Rebbe, it was Pasha Metzera. Hey Nisan Tafshin Yud Zayin. It was before I was born. So for sure I wasn't there. So everything I'm repeating stories I heard. On that Farbrengen, the Rebbe said a Maimer Poder V'Sholem. What does Poder V'Sholem have to do with Chedesh Nisan? Because the Rebbe was just finishing, in Tafshin Yud Zayin, the Rebbe was finishing, almost finished saying Kapitel Nun Hey. So the Rebbe said, in one of the sichas, the Rebbe said, a merdike sicha, starting off with the Maimer Chazal, kol hamsameach es achosen, zeicher leteire, shenitno bechamisha keles. Whoever is do simchas chosen, misameach the chosen, so he gets the zeicher to the teire that was given with 5 keles. Kel Hashem alamoyim, kel Hashem chamisha keles. So the Rebbe went the whole sicha explaining a whole list of things which come in 4. And if you're taking Pasha Yisra in Chelek Vov, it's a merdike sicha. Pasha Yisra in Chelek Vov, there are 2 merdike sichas. One of them Machlekes Rabbi Shmuel Bakiva, and one of them explaining this Maimer Chazal. And it's written out very clearly, very beautifully. And the Rebbe said this sicha. That's 2 of the things that happen on that Farbrengen. The Maimer Poder V'Sholem and this sicha, which is mamish a merdike sicha. Now, this whole Farbrengen only happened, like Rabbi Lu said, because of someone knocked on the door. If the father of the Shochats wouldn't knock on the Rebbe's door and ask for the Sicha, then it wouldn't happen. The Farbrengen would not have happened. Nothing would happen. So, was the Maimer meant to be said? It's the Maimer of the Rebbe's capital. On that year, Poder V'Sholem. Was the Sicha meant, would we lose that Sicha? We don't know. But it happened by someone knocking on the Rebbe's door. So there are some things which will benefit for everyone, but it's just because someone asked the Rebbe. And it's not many things like this, but there are examples. There are other examples which are not in my mind, that it only happens because people asked. If they wouldn't have asked, it would never have happened. Now, this sicha was meant to be misgale, this Kutzir's Chelek Vov, and if he wouldn't knock on the Rebbe's door, it wouldn't have happened. We don't know. There are some other stories that is more understood. There is someone, one of the elder Chassidim, his family wanted him to go to the country. And he thought to himself, what he's going to do in the country. So he asked the Rebbe if to go to the country. The Rebbe said yes. He needs for help, to rest. I forgot who it was. So he asked the Rebbe what I'm going to do in the country. So the Rebbe gave him a Reshima of the Freidike Rebbe, which we call the Reshima of Shimon HaKefer. It's printed in Sefer HaTeil. It's a whole story about someone called Shimon HaKefer. He was with the Maskilim, and he went even to Liozna, and he was writing letters to his friends Maskilim, or what happened there, etc. So the whole writing of the Freidike Rebbe. The reason we have it, because the Rebbe gave it to that older Chassid to read in the country. Okay? So it exists, and we have it because we have copies that the Rebbe gave the other Chassid. There are other stories also that people asked the Rebbe. If they wouldn't ask, it wouldn't happen. There was in Tafshin Yud Ches, in the summer of Tafshin Yud Ches, there was in the summer, one of the Shabbosim, there were 3 ufufs. 3 ufufs, I'd forgot who the other 2 was. One of them is my grandfather, Yankov Gurkov from London. His oldest son got married. He was going to get married. He had a ufuf, and there were other 2. So 3 of them, they knocked on the Rebbe's door, and they asked for a Farbrengen. And the Rebbe did Farbrengen. I think the Rebbe did Farbrengen on that Farbrengen. The Rebbe did Farbrengen. So there are things that you need to ask. You can't say, if I deserve it, the Rebbe will give me anyway. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Not always it happens. Sometimes it needs to be asked. So, like Rabbi Lu said, you should knock on the door, you should ask. Write to the Rebbe, ask. Other things you get, other things you don't, whatever. But not asking for sure. You should push yourself. Even on Acher, it says that if it will be Dochak V'Nichnas, then he would have been able to do tshuva. And sometimes it doesn't have to be so much Dochak V'Nichnas. So we need to ask. We need to push, we need to ask. Shine. What else do I have to say? The birthplace of the Rebbetzin. The birthplace of the Rebbetzin is Babinovich. Everyone knows how did it happen. Everyone to know that the birthplace of the Rebbetzin is Babinovich. Babinovich is a small town close to Lubavitch. Check it on the map. Those who have the Google map, you can see there. I'm joking. I don't know if there's Google Maps there. The reason we know that it's Babinovich, when they prepared the press release for the Rebbetzin after Chof Shevat, so they gave it to the Rebbe to check, and the Rebbe barred. She said she was born in Lubavitch. The Rebbe barred Lubavitch, and the Rebbe's written Babinovich. Now, some people want to find some records and documents and whatever. So, good luck to them. The Rebbe Rashab was not in Lubavitch at that time. The Rebbe Rashab was away. He was actually away for Pesach also, and he gave instructions how to pack the matzahs. How to pack the matzahs in what kind of box. I think it was a metal box, but they should be inside the metal box. It should be like a lining of some material, because metal sweats or something. So the Rebbe Rashab went in detail how to send the matzahs to him. The Rebbe Rashab sent telegrams. The Rebbe Rashab sent a letter, sent letters. It's printed in the Aegis of the Rebbe Rashab. The Rebbe Rashab sent a letter, and he said, if they haven't given a name yet, they should give the name Chaim Mushke after the Tzemach Tzedek's Rebbetzin. Now, I assume they haven't given the name yet, because they gave the name Chaim Mushke. But knowing the Frierdiker Rebbe, we don't know. Maybe they gave the name and they changed it afterwards. So I don't know. You have to ask the people who are there. Maybe they have on record someone who was there. And there are some instructions of the Rebbe Rashab how to deal with the baby that are, if you look in the Igris, it was private, so they didn't publish it. It's like 3 dots. So the Rebbe Rashab was a lot in giving heroes. One of the things that happened unrelated to the Rebbe Chaim Mushke, in the letters the Frierdiker Rebbe written to the Rebbe Rashab, I think it was that time or another time the Rebbe Rashab traveled away, the Frierdiker Rebbe stayed in Lubavitch. So the Frierdiker Rebbe organized the library of the Rebbe Rashab. He put the Sforim into order on everything. And he noticed that some Sforim the Frierdiker Rebbe has and the Rebbe Rashab doesn't. So he put them in the Rebbe Rashab, should be available for use. Available for use. They shouldn't have to ask the Frierdiker Rebbe to borrow. So there is a letter of the Rebbe Rashab telling him that he should take away his Sforim from the Rebbe Rashab's library. And the Rebbe Rashab says, why? Because if you have used Sforim there, sometimes you'll take used Sforim with a couple of mine together. So better off, don't put your Sforim next to mine. That's what the Rebbe Rashab writes him. So that's a good hero. He did it as a chosid, for his father. His father should avail the Sforim. So the Rebbe Rashab said, no, don't put your Sforim next to mine, because if you put his Sforim next to mine, you might take yours together with a couple of mine also. This is also printed in the Igris. And the directions have the wine, to send the wine. The whole, a lot of things when the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe Rashab were together, a lot of things is the Rebbe Rashab writes to him. There is another time that the Rebbe Rashab, when they were making Agudas Yisrael, the first time they wanted to invent Agudas Yisrael, so there were meetings of all the Gedalim. And the Frierdiker Rebbe wasn't there, the Rebbe Rashab was there, and there is detailed letters of the Rebbe Rashab of discussions and everything. So then the Rebbe Rashab writes in one of the letters that Reb Chaim Brisker is totally kefi hakavana. He's totally, whatever, he has the opinion exactly the way it's supposed to be. Reb Chaim Ezer is almost, I don't remember the lashon, but all this is printed in the letter. So there's a lot of letters of the Rebbe Rashab writes to the Frierdiker Rebbe. Writes to the Frierdiker Rebbe, a lot of things we could learn from it. Maybe we should read letters. I have one more thing to say, and then I'm going to finish. I have a brother, Baruch Hashem soll gesund sein, and he was involved in a camp. And he asked me, how can you instill Chassidishkeit young Bachrim. What could you do? Knock a nail on the wall, whatever. So I told them, in my opinion, if I would have a camp, which I wouldn't have, but if I would have a camp, then I would do like this. I would take one of the Sefer HaSiches. I would tell every camper, which is like a teenager, Mesifte age, I would tell them, take one Sefer HaSiches of the Frierdiker Rebbe 1 year, between Tafshin and Tafshin Hey, that was available a good couple of years ago. Or take a Sefer HaTeildes of Chanech Glitzenstein, of one of the Rabbeim, and read it from cover to cover. And if you read one of those from cover to cover, then you're a changed person, then finished. You're a Chassidische guy. You might be a Chassidische Shegetz, but you'll always be a Chassidische guy. That's what I told my brother. I don't know, because I read a lot of Sefer HaSiches and a lot of Sefer HaTeildes. I don't know if I became a Chassidische guy or not. I don't know if I became a Chassidische Shegetz. But if you read all the Siches, a lot of Siches of the Frierdiker, good Siches of the Rebbe is Meirdik. But if you want the lachluchis of Chassidus, you want to have like so then you read the Frierdiker Rebbe's Siches. Frierdiker Rebbe's Siches. I'll say one anecdote. In Altere, when we were in Altere, we adapted a certain hospital called Brookdale Hospital. Brookdale Hospital, which originally was a Yiddish hospital called Beis Kale. But they changed it to make it friendly to the Goyim, so they called it Brookdale Hospital. So we used to go on Mivtzoyim on Friday on the hospital. There was an old age home next to it. And in the weekdays, they had Reshus, a group of Bachrim, so they used to go in lunchtime. They used to skip lunch, and they used to go Mivtzoyim with a taxi coming back. And for a time being, I used to make sure they have lunch, put lunch wherever. So one day, when they were standing outside Brookdale Hospital looking for a car service for a taxi, they saw Rabbi Krinsky going past. So they waved to him. Very nice. You see Rabbi Krinsky in the middle of Brooklyn, in the middle of nowhere. So you waved to him. And then afterwards, they heard that the Rebbe went to the Ale. So they realized that the Rebbe went to, it wasn't usual. Today, it's very easy to go to Linden Boulevard to go to the Ale. But then it wasn't built, all the new roads. So it was, Atlantic was the regular road. But to go to Brookdale, it's like going to the back. So they realized that they were waving. So they were waving to the Rebbe. So they were like a bit embarrassed that they're waving to the Rebbe. But B'di'evet, it was a good nachasur for the Rebbe, seeing Bochim holding in one hand tefillin and the other hand waving. So obviously the Rebbe saw them bein asdorim going on Mivtzoyim. A similar thing happened in Shabbos Chazon Tafshin Lamed Hey, and the Rebbe came early before Rosh Chodesh, the week before Rosh Chodesh. The Rebbe finished Farbrengen by Ma'ariv time. And the Rebbe said, Teir Tefillah Tzedakah, Tzim Mishpati Podeh. Because the Rebbe started this whole thing of it wasn't Siyumim yet. Siyumim, I think, was next year. And everyone was like excited that there was this sudden Farbrengen. So when it came Friday night, and there was very few people in Yosemite, and Rabbi Weinberg was standing just in front of the Rebbe's plate with the Farbrengen on the table, which is in front of the table of the Rebbe. And he was standing like in the back of the shul over there, and everyone was sitting nicely by the tables, and he was chazering the siches, and everyone was very attentive, so much, and there wasn't children around too much. So the Rebbe came into the shul, and there was no children. Usually children run down the stairs and say, shh, so everyone knows the Rebbe is coming. No one knew the Rebbe is coming in. Suddenly someone makes shh. So we turn around, and the Rebbe is already under the clock, which was in the back of the shul, hanging on the Weiber shul. So everyone stood up. And so from one side, it was upsetting that the Rebbe was walking in, and everyone was sitting, no one standing. You don't do that. But from the other side, the Rebbe, we sure the Rebbe had nachas ruach from the fact that everyone is interested to listening to the Chazorah of the Rebbe's Sicha. It was half empty 770, and then the Rebbe walked, and between the Rebbe and the Bima, there was no Bochim, no one was on the Bima. There was one child, who I don't remember who had hair on the tree or just over the tree, and he had a liquid. Then there was like this small liquid. He used to go out for every Shabbos. He had a liquid crunched in his hand stuck in his mouth, and he was biting into it like a lollipop. So a Bacher wanted to run to take the liquid away, but you don't go in front of the Rebbe. In Lamed Hey, no Bacher was coming like in front of the Rebbe. So everyone stayed back and were afraid what the Rebbe's reaction would be. As soon as the Rebbe saw this child, a big smile spread on the face. And then it is a medrash Shir Hashirim Rabbo. It says, "V'diglu olai ahava." So the Shir Hashirim Rabbo says, he changed the word diglu to medalgim. It says, Eilu tinekes shel Beis Rabban, shemedalgim al ho askores. Askores is the Eibishter's askores shebeteira. So there's actually two mefarshim. There is one pirush, shemedalgim, that while they learn Chumash, they skip the Eibishter's name. So usually the Eibishter shouldn't be happy, but the tinekes shel Beis Rabban, the Eibishter has ahavet. And then there is another pirush that actually says, Medalgim means actually to jump on Shemus. That when children jump on Shemus, that is an av for the Eibishter. So we see the smile like a child biting into the Rebbe's Sicha. There is even a Sicha of Yud Beis Tammuz. I don't remember which year. I checked it up because someone asked the question, is there a Sicha about it? That the Rebbe said about Beis smallest Forim, I think it was Tov Lamed Dalet or Tov Lamed Hey, Yud Beis Tammuz. And the Rebbe says, actually in the Anoch it's written, the Rebbe says that Sforim should be used and shouldn't be beautiful, put on the shelf, and etc. should be used. And also that children, they play with the Sforim around them after they use them, which means someone asked the question, is the hero from the Rebbe that children should play with Sforim? So in the Sikh, it doesn't say hero, the Rebbe should play with Sforim. The Sforim that they use, that they learned in, they shouldn't just grab away from them, and they should be. It could be around them when they play. It's okay. It's okay to be around. That's part of. And the Rebbe brings this medrash v'dilugei olai ahave. So some situations that you wouldn't do at lechatchila, but b'di'evet you're happy that the Rebbe has a nachasuach. I'm finishing. Anyone could speak after me. Give him full reshus. It's not mine anyway. And the Riker is that the Rebbe should have nachas, and we are like children to the Rebbe. And even if we step, we jump, and we bite on the siches, we should v'dilugei. We are really small children with big nice beards. So v'dilugei alayave, that the Rebbe likes that we jump on siches as long as we learn them and we use them. L'chaim.
Nu, mit der Simcheten vorn.
I see no one grabbed the mic, so I'm going to say something. I'm going to prove the fact that someone else needs to speak, because in Matan Torah it says that reim es hanishma v'sheimim es hanira, which means that the people usually are speaking, they just were looking on, and the people who usually look on, they were speaking. So that's the ufta of Matan Torah. So now, as the week to Matan Torah, so everyone who is keeping silent now is the reason because he thinks that he usually speaks, and therefore he's only reim es hanishma v'sheimim es hanira. That's the reason. The pshat is a deeper pshat. It's not the guy who speaks is because he deserves to speak. The guy who speaks is the one who can't keep his mouth shut. He can't hold himself back. So can you imagine Matan Torah between all the 600,000 Yidden that they have three times 600,000 opinions, and everyone kept quiet. The Rebbe said, "Anichi Hashem Elokecha," and no one said, "I hold differently." And you shouldn't say it now. You should say it differently. And this is my area. You go back to your area. You know, all these arguments. Can you imagine the ness? There were 600,000 presidents standing there by Mahar Sinai, and everyone was totally silent. They lost their tongue, and no one said anything. That's the ness of Matan Torah. So that's the ness of Matan Torah of today also. Matan Torah wasn't given to people in Haggadah there is Chocham, Rasha, Tam, Sheni Yedei Lishel. But in Matan Torah, everyone is a Chocham. The Torah was given to a Chocham, a Talmid Chocham. The Torah was given to a Chocham. And by Matan Torah, everyone was silent. Because as soon as we know that this is the word of the Eibishter, we are silent. There is a story with I don't remember with whom exactly it happened. I think it's Rabbi Saul Jacobson says the story, or someone else writing this, that he came, there was a Chassid who used to come to Farbrengen. I think it was, I think I know who it is, but it doesn't matter. There was a Chassid who used to come to Farbrengen. Every time he Farbrengen, there was this other Chassid who always used to argue with him. He said day, he said night. He said yes, he said no. They were arguing. Okay? Then one time he came with Farbrengen and he didn't say one word. He was standing there, quiet. He didn't say one word. So afterwards they asked him what happened. Was he right? Everything he said today, say no. Every time he comes Farbrengen, so he Farbrengen, I don't agree with him. But the other time he came with the shlichus from the Frierdiker Rebbe. He came to that town with the shlichus of the Frierdiker Rebbe. So now he's a shlich of the Rebbe. Then that's it. I have nothing to say. There's a story in Sefer HaZichreines with Rabbi Yael Baal Shem. Rabbi Yael Baal Shem, in the times of Yael Baal Shem, there was one of the big chassidim, or wherever Talmidim of Rabbi Yael Baal Shem made a chasana. And there was the times of tzaddikim nistorim. People weren't publicizing. Not the chassidim. The tzaddikim nistorim, they didn't publicize the lomdas. So the shliach of Rabbi Yael Baal Shem to the Chasana, he couldn't even read properly. He was reading with mistakes. But he sat them on the main table and he gave him to do benching. You know, doing benching is, you can imagine how Yishem Hashem Vech Matavadelam, how many mistakes he did in that. So people told him, you know, you don't have to embarrass the Rebbe. So he says, I'm not embarrassing anything. The Rebbe sent him and that's it. Later they found out that he was actually a Tzaddik Nister. And he is not only could read Ivre, he could say Tilim by heart. He knows Kabbalah and Gemara and everything he knows by heart. But so the Peil, the guy who made the Mezumen, the Shlich of the Rebbe, was a big Talmud Chacham. But the way he looked like an Amoritz. So it doesn't matter. He's sent from the Rebbe, then that's it. Tell the story happened in Morocco. In Morocco, Baruch Hashem, like in every town, there is a couple people, and everyone pulls his way. And my father made a Yud B'Stamus for his people, right? Wherever everyone is Neil Hemes now, so the old B'Sholim, they're dancing together, but Takoponim. And Rabbi Raskin just came from the Rebbe. He was by the Rebbe and he came. My father gave him to speak. And he spoke. And afterwards he finished. So one of the people who were involved in a bit of tension over there, which is such a small amount of tension, yeah. So he asked my father, why did you let him speak so long? He took over the whole thing. So my father said, he came from the Rebbe. So that's it. It doesn't matter. My Mesed, his Mesed, it's my Mesiba, his Mesiba. It comes from the Rebbe. So that's it. So I gave him the whole thing. So if he would be like not coming from the Rebbe, he would put a stopwatch, 9 minutes, and then it becomes chametz. 18 minutes, you machmir, 9 minutes is chametz. But he comes from the Rebbe. The Rebbe is never chametz. The Rebbe is, that's it, finished. So that's a chassid. A chassid, you fight like an animal or like a human being. You argue, you do everything. But once it's the Rebbe, then that's it. It's like nothing happened. So they came to Matan Torah, and everyone every year has his opinion. By Kriyas Yamsuf, there were 4 opinions. And then the Rebbe said the 5th opinion, Daber Bnei Yisrael v'Yisrael. Can you imagine Matan Torah? There was Shishim Ribu. The Shishim Ribu, there is Shivim Ponim LaTorah. Where are all the opinions? Everyone was standing there like a lemele, like a sheep, and just being. Even the sheep didn't say anything. Everyone was quiet, and because it's the Rebbe talking. It's the Rebbe just saying on Eich Hashem Elokecha. Then everything is. I don't have an opinion, Bichlal. I don't have an opinion. So that's the keyach. That's the keyach of being bottled to the Rebbe. It's not you being bottled to the Rebbe when it's comfortable, when you have no argument against anyone. Then I'll be bottled. I'll respect shliach of the Rebbe. Now, if someone comes from the Rebbe, then that's it. It's the Rebbe. Finished. Another time I'll argue, I'll fight him, I'll punch him, I'll do everything. But now it's not him. It's not him. Now it's the Rebbe himself. So that is Chof B'Shvat. Chof B'Shvat is the Rebbe. It doesn't matter how you figure out how does the Rebbetzin is exactly, people have trouble to place the Rebbetzin exactly. How does it fit with everything? It doesn't matter. What the Rebbe said, Chof B'Shvat is the Rebbe said and finished. Like someone asked the question, does anyone know what is the yahrzeit of the first Rebbe Chaim Mushke? Yeah, I know. It's Ches Teves. Do we celebrate that? No. Does anyone know what is the yahrzeit of the Tzemach Tzedek's father? No. Reb Shalom Shachmes, we don't know. It's look in Divrei Chabad. Those people who have this book, there's written everything. Everything is written. But it doesn't matter. The Rebbe made a day. That's the Rebbe made a day. It doesn't matter if the Rebbe's son or the Rebbe's father or whatever. The Rebbe made a Farbrengen. The Rebbe made a day. The Rebbe asked, and actually Chof, the Rebbe asked that the people should give tzedakah and learn something and etc. etc. So then it's finished. There is no question about it. We have our opinions, we have our arguments, we have our fights, but the Rebbe said and finished. That is the Chof B'Shvat for me. Chof B'Shvat for me is the Rebbe said. That's it. Kuntres is Chof B'Shvat because the Rebbe said. I don't need to say how big a tzaddik is what the Rebbetzin. For sure, the Rebbetzin is the Rebbetzin, but that's not the issue. The issue is what the sichos of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe said, made a thing. The Rebbe said, from Chof B'Shvat, Tavshim Mem Ches, started a new kufe closer to Yemei HaMashiach and think the world changed. But all this happened because the Rebbe said. So I don't have any struggles. I don't have any struggles. I don't have any problem with that. There are some people who have a problem. The Rebbe's whatever. It's not my Shai. It's not my.
You want to say something about Mitzvah Yom Haledes, maybe?
I should say. I will tell you. Before Tavshim Mem Ches, there was the heroes of Yom Haledes, Sefer HaMinhagim, and thing and that. Then my father, Olav Shalom, he didn't come for the Shiva. He didn't come Chof B'Shvat, not for the Shiva, but he came for Shleishim. Shleishim was Chof Aleph. Chof Aleph Oder. So he came for Shleishim and he davened in the Rebbe's minyan for whenever the Rebbe davened. So my father told me like this. He was there there were a couple people in the Rebbe's house. The Rebbe left already up. The Rebbe went upstairs after davening. People left. Maskiris left. Everyone left. And my father, there's some people there. I don't know. He don't remember. 5, 7. I don't even think there was a minion. I'm not sure. And they were in the middle of putting Amnotam or speaking to Armeteli. And the Rebbe comes down from upstairs without a gartel. The Rebbe walks in the room. And the Rebbe stands and starts saying a sikha. Right? I don't think there is a tape from the first couple of words of the sikha. There wasn't even someone from WLCC because they have this mic over there, but was connected to 770 and everything, but you need to punch in a code. So they used to come, not Chaim Baruch himself, one of his shmendriks, one of his things, they used to come and punch in the code and automatically connects to the office in 770. So there was no one there. But one of the people, my father didn't tell me who, one of the people who, it wasn't his business, but he saw the Rebbe start talking. So he saw before what code they put in when the Rebbe downs by the Omer. So he punched in the code, and that's it. And the Rebbe speaks. So the Rebbe stands there, and the Rebbe suddenly starts after Chof Beis Shevat, a month, which is a month later, more than a month later, after Shleishim, the Rebbe starts speaking about Shleish, about Yom Holedes. And you can imagine in 770, they had this hookup for davening, and they finished. And suddenly they hear the Rebbe speaking. So some of them, I wasn't there, but they asked those people who were there. Some people thought it's a prank. Something like, who's the Rebbe speaking now? And then they realized the Rebbe is speaking. And so there is, I think, from the first couple of words of the Sikha, there is no record. And that's what Mitzvah Yom Holedes started. The Rebbe spoke very strongly about the Yom Holedes of the Rebbetzin. And from Chof Hei Adam, until Achashal Pesach, the Rebbe spoke a couple of times of Yom Holedes, and then became a whole Mitzvah Yom Holedes, and there was like someone who made cards, writing Yom Holedes and everything, so it became a whole thing. So when I was a Bacher, it was very simple Yom Holedes. You had an Aliyah before, the Shabbos before, if it wasn't Yom Holedes on your Shabbos, and you did some things, whatever. And then it became like Aseres HaDibros. Aseres HaDibros after in the Sikha, in the Sof of the Sikha of Shabbos, of Achashon Pesach Tovshim Mem Ches, there is the Aseres HaDibros. So that if you look, actually, it says you should say the whole Tilim. But if you look properly, it says you should say a Sefer of Tilim. So there is an argument. If the Sefer of Tilim is, the whole Tilim is one Sefer, or there is 5 Sforim in Tilim, you should say one of the Sforim in Tilim. Whatever. So there is an argument, but that is the Mitzvah Yom Holedes, and became very strongly the Yom Holedes, the Yiddish Yom Holedes. Before, you only have to figure out Yiddish Yom Holedes for a Bar Mitzvah. But now you need to figure out Yiddish Yom Holedes, even if it's not the year of your Bar Mitzvah. You see a Yid, you have to figure out his Yom Holedes. Figure out. There are some Yidden in the days before they didn't have the Yom Holedes. A Zocher need a Bar Mitzvah, but in a Keva you don't need a Bar Mitzvah. So who cares exactly what day is Yom Holedes? But now suddenly you need. There was a Bacher actually. There was a Bacher who went into an Yechidus. It was before Tavshel Lamed Hey. He went into an Yechidus. He was a couple of years older than Bar Mitzvah, and he went into Yechidus. And is written the day of Yom Holedes. So the Rebbe asked them once, what is Yom Holedes? It was, I think, Tavshel Lamed Dalet or Tavshel Lamed Gimel. Well, I assume Tavshel Lamed Dalet. Tavshel Lamed Hey, there was no Yechidus anymore. Yom Holedes. So the Rebbe asked them, when is Yom Holedes? So he answered. The Rebbe asked them 3 times. After he left, he called his family. And he was born in the end of the 50s, in the end of the youths. And he knew his Yom Holedes. So he told his family, he doesn't want anyone to know who it is, but he told his brothers, whoever, his older brothers. And one of the brothers figured out that this Yom Holedes is wrong by a couple of days. And they figured out, because they had a cleaner coming on a certain day of the week. And he remembers that on that day he was born, the cleaner came. I give you an example. So they figured out which day of the week, and they looked in the Luach, and they saw that it's not the official day that he had his Bar Mitzvah on, and that he assumed his Yom Holedus. Okay, he put his tefillin 2 months before the mitzvah, Baruch Hashem, so the mistake a couple of days for mitzvah, he don't miss to put on tefillin. But he had an idea, different day, and he had everything a different day, whatever. So the Rebbe asked him 3 times, when is Yom Holedus? So he went out to Chidus, he knew straight away that there is some trouble here. The Rebbe didn't tell him, oh, you're wrong. The Rebbe just asked him. The Rebbe just asked him. So Miftzah Yom Holedus is very important to know about the Yom Holedus, and it's very important. What?
What's the Shaykh is Miftzah Yom Holedus to the Rebbetzin? Achayitim Eliboy.
So that's a different question. Why did... Oh, je wilt zo haken zaken van mijn puppik. Ik ken die haken zaken van mijn puppik. Is unterheit. I have a big puppik. I just invent things.
I see that.
The Rebbe came to the Rebbe's house. That's in the secrets of the people helping the Rebbe's house. The Rebbe celebrated the wedding's anniversary, the birthday. The Rebbe used to bring a present for the Rebbetzin. I don't remember. He's checking the books if on the wedding anniversary or the Yom Holedus. Now, how did the Rebbe celebrate the Rebbetzins Yom Holedus? I want to say something, and I'll go backtracking. Now, the Rebbetzin is not here. How would the Rebbe celebrate? So the Rebbe celebrated this way. But there is Jimmy Gorari he wanted to know when is really the Rebbetzin Yom Holedus, or the Aleph or the Beis. So he called up the Rebbetzin, and he asked the Rebbetzin, when is Yom Holedus? In other Aleph or in other Beis? So the Rebbetzin answered him, I don't know. Aber my man fought auf den Heel beidemol. My husband, the Rebbe, goes on the Heel, Chof Hei oder Aleph or Chof Hei oder Beis. That was her answer. So you'll understand how big Chassid the Rebbetzin is. You ask him, what's your birthday? So my birthday, I don't know. But the Rebbe goes on the air both days. Chof Hei Adar Aleph and Chof Hei Adar Beis. So I don't know if Jimmy gave her a present, Chof Hei Adar Aleph, Chof Hei Adar Beis, but that was there. And actually the Bachimus saw, the Rebbe always said, both kapitla, Bakres HaTeirah, before Tavshim Memches, the Rebbe used to go to Kres HaTeirah, not davening with a minyan. So between end of Kres HaTeirah and putting his Fetere back after Revolution, the Rebbe used to say 2 kapitlach Tilim. The Rebbe used to say his kapitel, and the next one, the Rebbe's kapitel, right? So between Chof Hei Adar Aleph and Chof Hei Adar Beis, the Rebbe said 2 kapitlach for the Rebbe. So the Rebbe said 3 kapitlach. His own. So usually it was between Chof Hei Adar Aleph, Chof Hei Adar and Yud Aleph Nisan, the Rebbe said 2 kapitlach skipped one apart, right? Usually it's one after the other, but skip one apart. But if it was a Shana Muberes, so between Chof Hei Adar Aleph and Chof Hei Adar Beis, the Rebbe said 3 kapitlach. The Rebbe said 3 kapitlach. So
when the Rebbe announced, the mitzvah, it was just before the Chof Hei Adar.
It was actually on the Chof Hei Adar, the first Yom Holedus of the Rebbetzin after Chab Shevat. And then suddenly the Rebbe came down with the Satuk, without Talsin Tfil, without a gartel even, and the Rebbe started speaking. And between Chof Hei Adar and Achashal Pesach, the Rebbe spoke again and again and again, until afterwards the Rebbe was Magia, all the things. So it's very important. So there used to be, you have to know, there is have to figure out a mitzvah. Yeah, but now you have to figure out the Yom Holedus, even without a mitzvah. And there is, where did I hear? Who said this story? Someone actually said it. Who said it? I forgot. It was in a Zoom or something? Or I didn't see it on a WhatsApp. I saw it, I heard it. That there was, or someone told me, someone told me, it wasn't on a Zoom. There was Ephraim Mintz. Is he the guy of JLI? Yeah? Him? So he went past the Rebbe by dollars, and he told the Rebbe, it's my Yom Holedus. And the Rebbe told him, he should make a party. For sure he's making a party or something. By dollars. Now, so he made a Farbrengen, a Yom Holedus Farbrengen in his house, but because the Rebbe said that it's a party, so they made in balloons in his house and ribbons. You can you imagine they made it because the Rebbe said it's a party. The Rebbe told him he's making a party. So the Rebbe said he finished. Now, can you imagine a Bachin Alteira to bring his friends? I don't know, maybe today Bachin Alteira are very good with parties, but in those days, a Bachin Alteira, if you see balloons and things, they would either shoot it, or they would pop it, or they'll turn around and walk and go out. What is the party doing here? But everyone knew the Rebbe told them do a party, so finished. When the Rebbe says, Hu Amar Vayehi, what the Rebbe says, the Rebbe said a couple of words, he created the whole world, and the Rebbe says a couple of words, and he creates the whole world. The Rebbe says, and it happens. And that's it, they made a party. Does that mean that everyone has to put a balloon or a silly hat on his head with candles on? I don't know what. For Yom Holedus Farbrengen, I don't know. But for him, for Ephraim Mintz, on that year, someone told me, I don't remember who told me. So he told me that they made this party, but it was a Chassidish Farbrengen in his house with a party. When the Rebbe says, Shine. As long as we celebrate our Yom Holedus, we say we should celebrate our Yom Holedus. Shine.
Ellie, you know whose birthday is on Chof Shevat?
Yisrael Cohen.
Yeah, who else?
Shmuel Cohen's daughter.
Shmuley Cohen's daughter. And who else? Ellie Simon, yeah?
Yeah, Eichet.
Malcolm Valley. Shnat Tzlochem
Van a Cain and Van a Levi. Weet?
Chaim Ellie.
Chaim.
What's that, Achlata Teva?
Oh, and Rabbi Yazov is a Yisrael. So we have a Cain,
really?
a Levi, and a Yisrael. Now we're just looking for a Ger who has a Yom Holedus on Chof Shevat. Because it says in Pirkei Rabbi Elazar, it says clearly, Afilo nishmes hagerim wherever matan Torah. So I don't know how to figure out how does a ger have a Yom Holedus? Is that the day? You understand my question? So when we find a ger, how you was Chof Shevat, then it'll be totally complete. Totally complete. Like a wise man told me in mikveh once. A wise man told me in mikveh that every mishpacha has a craving, has a satmer, a misnagit, and a goy.
You're on YouTube, Rabbi.
I'm unmuted, I know. So, but it's a mikveh. But now no one goes in mikveh, so there's no one goes in mikveh.
Chaim Eli, Chaim Yidden, Chaim Tzilim.
Chaim.
Lubavitch YouTube organization. Baby.
Yeah.
There's someone said a story that he was accompanying the Rebbe when the Rebbe went home, and it was in the early Lametz or something like that. It was it must be the early Lametz because they were eating by the Frierdiker Rebbe's house, and Yontev afterwards, and the Rebbe, instead of going left to Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway, the Rebbe with the Rebbe turned right. So he followed them, and they went up Kingston Avenue. They turned right on Union, and they stopped where the Kalel used to be on Union. That was when they just bought the Kalel and were going to renovate it to use for the Kalel. So the Rebbe stood with the Rebbe pointing on different parts of the building, planning what to do, what to renovate, what to do. And they saw that he's there, so they switched to French. So I don't know if he's a big mumche, he understands maybe it was French, not why. He doesn't know how does know it's French, not Russian. There's the American know the difference between French and Russian, maybe, I don't know. But they spoke in French, and there was like a long time, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, discussing. And he was standing there waiting because he was going to accompany them home. He used to accompany the Rebbe. So sometimes you speak French is a good thing to speak in French. So people don't understand what you're talking about. So to be French is also sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it's a good thing. I forgot your Yom Holedus, Levi. When is your Yom Holedus? I know your Chasana date is somewhere in Elul. Is that right?
Kemat, in Sivan.
In Sivan. It's hanging on the wall. Your Chasana letter is hanging on the wall in your house. Is that right?
No, it's not a Chasana letter. It's a birth letter.
It's a birthday letter.
Yeah, my wife was born.
In Elul.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you after you announce in Kinus Hashluchas. Okay, not here. But it's not. So I remember schlepping some boxes in your house.
No, tiny sister.
I remember schlepping some boxes in your house. Oh, I remember. Tiny sister was Yud Aleph. I remember Rabbi Schneebal coming. Rabbi Schneebal, sein gesund und stark, and he asked about the food. Welche Hechsheridos? So your father said, she's heimish gewagt. He didn't touch anything. He's more the Asra of Marzika Adas. He didn't. I remember that. I remember. It was a Thursday night. What was Yud Aleph Father? Yeah. Yud Aleph Father. I remember that. In Beis Menachem. Yeah. I remember the food was good. What I remember. Es muss ein gute Bar Mitzvah. Es so sie kommen gute Peres von dem.
Was du gemeint?
Was?
Was gedenkt sich gute Peres?
Die gute Peres is you're still stuck with Beis Menachem. You never left Beis Menachem, no?
Hey. I tell Chani Meleki, you play for my Bar Mitzvah.
Wow. Very good.
Yeah. Baruch Hashem.
You know, when Chani Meleki was here in Yeshiva, there's one thing that was wrong. We didn't realize that he's actually a einikel for Mendel Morozov. It'll be totally different look on a view on Chani Meleki. As mamish a einikel for Mendel Morozov. Kannst du dich vorstellen? Sehr fein. Oh, wir können schon gehen schlafen.
Sag noch ein Nigen, Mendel, noch ein Nigen.
Ja, noch ein Nigen, ja. Ich geh mal rein. This niggin that was just kindly put on singing in this Farbrengen. So I once, when I was chazant for Kabbalah Shabbos, I started chodedi with this niggin, and afterwards no one was joining. It was like some people, but afterwards someone told me that why choose a sad niggin for the chodedi? You know, the chodedi should be a happy niggin. So I was looking at him like he's mamish. I don't know if he's a behemoth or a goat. Did he never learn? Did he never listen to Nigunei Svadus? That this is like of the happiest Nigunim of you know. So I looked at him. Okay, so from now on I should sing other Nigunim that goats sing. You know, I don't know. They put in the farms. They put music that the cows give more milk. You ever heard about it? The same way that they put music in the superstores, in the big stores like Tesco, so people should, the cows that have the cash should give the cash out. You know? So there is music. So we have Farbrengen. We don't have this special music with the scientists saying which music make people buy more stuff or which. We just sing a niggin, not to buy, to give, to take, to internalize, This week there was someone who put up in one of the groups. He asked the question, "Where is the story happened that the Rebbe said?" Someone said, "L'chaim, those who didn't arrive should arrive," and the Rebbe said, "L'chaim, those who are here should arrive also." So there are two different answers on two occasions. One is a charter that came from Eretz Yisrael, and there was like a couple hundred people on the charter, at least more than 100. And some people got through passport control faster, and they actually went to some 70, and the Rebbe made a Kabbalah Sponim. And that's the famous, that Jem was quoting, Living Torah, that the Alter Rebbe davened with a standard on Rosh Hashanah, like the whole thing. They gave a standard to the Rebbe, a present from Kfar Chabad, from Beis Melacha. And so someone who was there from the charter, and he said, "L'chaim, those who didn't arrive should arrive," because some people were stuck waiting for their suitcases. Some people actually the visa wasn't 100%, so they didn't go past passport control as fast. So he said, "L'chaim, those who didn't arrive should arrive." So the Rebbe said, "L'chaim, those who are here should arrive." And then someone else said that it actually happened on another occasion with someone else. And I'd actually say the name, Meir Friedman of Al Shalom, he said it when they arrived. So, and then someone else said that it happened on another occasion, which was an earlier charter, when the Rebbe made at Seischem L'Sholem Farbrengen after Tishrei, and one of the people who organized the charter of the elder Chassidim Kfar Chabad, he was so excited of the people being with the Rebbe. You know, they saw the difference because the first time they went. So he says, "L'chaim, those who didn't come should come." So the Rebbe said, L'chaim, those who are here should arrive. Those who are here should arrive. So there is, Ashgora Prat is this week, I saw it, and there is an Inyan into it. And then I'm thinking, why is this man who asked this question, why is he so interested in this detail? He's like, he writes book, history, whatever. So I assumed he's going to Farbrengen, and he needs to say this nice word, and he wants to make sure that he has exactly the source, chapter, verse, you know how to say it. In regular times, we don't know which is normal or not normal anymore. In normal times, when there is a Farbrengen, you can just come to the Farbrengen, your shoes are there, your jacket is there, your hat is there, but in Machshava, you're totally somewhere else. And you're actually by the Farbrengen. So the Rebbe says, L'chaim, those who are here should arrive. You know, people should arrive to the Farbrengen. In our times, what do you mean come to Farbrengen? There are some people who put up the Zoom on their computer and the switch is on and they go to sleep. No one knows the difference. They're muted, so you can't hear them snoring or saying Krishma, or you don't know what they're doing. So you don't know. So how do you know if you arrive to a Farbrengen? In the old days, you can pretend coming to a Farbrengen. But in our days, how do you pretend coming to Farbrengen? You put the shoes on the table next to the computer. You put your jacket up. I mean, what do you mean? So either you come or you don't come. That's it. Either you come or you don't come. There is a story with a Springer, Chatzker Springer from Kfar Chabad. And the story, it's a famous story. The first time I heard it was Lamed Ches. Tavshin Lamed Ches, after Tishrei, I heard the story the first time when there was a Farbrengens in some cemetery with the Rebbe upstairs in the room, and the Rebbe's chair was there, but people, whatever. Chatzker Springer, the first time he traveled to the Rebbe, so came Rosh Chodesh Elul, he made a chonis. Now you can imagine in Kfar Chabad, it wasn't like the Misnagdische Yeshiva like other places. It was like a real Chassidische Yeshiva, Avedidike place, people down by Aveda. So came Rosh Chodesh Elul, just the fact of Chodesh Elul, people never dreamed going to the Rebbe. They used to start davening by Aveda, learning Chassidus and trachting Chassidus. It's Chodesh Elul. Now, Alachas Kamo Vekamo, someone traveled to the Rebbe, he knew he has to do something. So Chatzker Springer, he davened, he learned, etc. But he didn't feel. I don't know. Ask him. I don't know where he is now. Maybe he's upstairs somewhere. But what do you mean he didn't feel? So he thought he'll go on the plane, he'll feel that he's actually going to the Rebbe. But he went on the plane and he didn't feel anything. So he thought he'll touch down in New York. He'll feel it arrive to the Rebbe. Nothing, the same. He came to 770, nothing. He saw the Rebbe the first time, nothing. He went through Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot. Nothing. Chilamei Sukkot, the Rebbe used to Farbrengen the Sukkah, one day of Chilamei Sukkot. There was a kinus of Sach by day, and the Rebbe used to Farbrengen by night. And in the middle of the Farbrengen, between one of the Siches, this Chatzker Springer suddenly felt that he arrived. I don't know what he felt, but he's standing there. Whatever he didn't feel, the whole Elul, and the whole Tkiyas, and Rosh Hashanah, and I don't know, and Farbrengens, and Shabbos Shuvah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot. I don't know what he didn't feel. But on Simchas HaShe'eva, the Rebbe Farbrengens on Sukkot, and between one Sikh and the other, he felt suddenly the penny drops, he arrived. Right? I'm still waiting for me to arrive somewhere, but he felt it arrived. On that second, the Rebbe said, Springer, Zog L'chaim. So there must be something to it. So that is today is you can't fake it. You can't fake it. You can make you can make all these screen things, make your face on the screen as if you're in Farbrengen. Oh, I don't know what you can do. But either you're by the Farbrengen or you're not by the Farbrengen. You can't just come with your shoes and your jacket and your hat. There was a good couple of years ago, there was Rabbi Heller from London. He came to Farbrengen Yud Aleph Nissen in Beis Menachem for Anash. So people came in the middle of preparing Pesach, cleaning the chametz, changing over the kitchen, I don't know what, whatever. So everyone sat there with like the whole preparations on their shoulders. So Rabbi Heller comes and he looks around and he says, what's your problem? You have issues? I also have issues. That's one thing he said. And then he said the story that those who are here should arrive to the Farbrengen. So I still don't know. Rabbi Springer, and not Biche Springer, but his brother, Chatzker Springer, he felt something on Chelamei Tzukis. But I don't know. I don't know what it means to be by Farbrengen. To be by Farbrengen, I think a couple of weeks ago, I was speaking to some people. And I said there are some people who make sure by Farbrengen they put a gattel up. Why they put a gattel on? Because they want to make sure that the Farbrengen should only affect their upper half, the nice thing that they do. They don't want the Farbrengen should Chaz Shalom disturb the other thing, which is below the gattel, right? So people come to the Farbrengen, they should come to the Farbrengen with the mud, with the shoes, with, I won't say take your satuk off, take your shirt off, but at least take your gattel off. Come to the Farbrengen, hakil bakil. Take everything to the Farbrengen. What, you're a chassid. Are you a chassid? Just your head is a chassid. Esav was a chassid just in his head. His head landed in Moras HaMachpelah, and his goof landed, I don't know, in hell. I don't know where, in Gehenna. But we are not Esav. We are Bnei Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. So we come with our head, with our heart, with our feet, with our boots, with the mud, with the snow, with the salt, with everything. With everything, we take everything to the Farbrengen. So we need to bring to the Farbrengen, any Farbrengen, Chof Beis Shevat, Chof Beis B'chol Yivarach Yisrael, Chof Beis Eisis HaTeirah. We need to take everything to the Farbrengen. Everything. We need to take everything to the Farbrengen. I once heard a Mashpia Farbrengen, and he said, there's someone who had this idea that when the Rebbe thinks about something, he elevates it. So what did he do? This guy, he's written 6 pages of everything he does. He didn't write how many times he put Ramnotams on. He written other things. And he wanted the Rebbe to read it. And the Rebbe wird Meile sein. The Rebbe wird Meile sein. All his muck and his dirt that is whatever. So he's written everything out. So this chutzpah of this guy that he didn't have any bushe to put some dirt, it should come into the Rebbe's table. But in a Farbrengen, you should Farbrengen with the way you are. You should put your mitzvahs also, but you should bring your averes also to Farbrengen. You shouldn't. There is an article of Heshke Dubravsky in the Shehem, and it's written. It describes someone standing by the omet, and there is a table with just a tail of a herring left, and just a kap mashke left, and a whole thing. And there is one candle by the omet, and he doesn't go home. And he's in trouble. He's already said Kish Mishalamita, but he can't go home because he made a decision before the Farbrengen that he won't walk away from the Farbrengen without any change, and he doesn't feel any change, so he can't go home. So he's stuck here. That's the way they used to Farbrengen in the olden times. In our times, people are very easy. They make the decision before they go to the Farbrengen that they won't change a dot. I'll make sure I'm not changing anything. I'm putting protective gear. I'm putting an invisible, a mask. Chaz v'sholom, I shouldn't get contagious from the Farbrengen. And, safe distance. And you make sure that everything is safe. And tomorrow, my Yetzer Hara should be as healthy and as pushy as always. That's some people come to Farbrengen today. So I don't know, some people come halfway this way, halfway that way. But if Farbrengen means that tomorrow morning when you get up, you say, oh, there was a Farbrengen yesterday. What am I doing today different than before the Farbrengen? That's a Farbrengen. That's very nice for me to talk. Said the Bittul Chaim, like a half a keleshik, that's all I have in my house. The rest is sold for Pesach, for the Goy, for Chametz. he like whatever. But it's very nice to speak for other people. But it's a nice idea. When you go to a Farbrengen, you should say L'chaim, and you should decide that you should cut the nails of the Yitzhahara a bit. Just cut the nails a bit of the hair. You know, when Yosef HaTzadik came to Paris in the middle of Rosh Hashanah, he had a haircut. When Mordechai also had a haircut, the Haman made him a haircut. So we should also have a haircut. We should cut our nails. We should wash away a bit of dirt with the mashke, with the soda, with the mezenis. Anyway, I'm making a chinik. Now I'm really muting. And you know, the Galam became mute. In those days, people can't understand how it became mute. The Maharal just pressed mute button and it became a Galam. Okay, I'm doing the same thing. Mute, and I'm a Galam.
Ya la la ya 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 la la ya la 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 ya la la ya la 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 ya la la ya la 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 oh ya
Everybody, Atzlach Rabba, bring